Chapter 767, Hua Yunshu eventually laid his eyes on Zui Qianqiu and said, I will challenge Zui Qianqiu of the barren state. Hua Yunshu eventually laid his eyes on Zui Qianqiu and said, I will challenge Zui Qianqiu of the barren state. On the grandstands, Yi Futian locked his gaze onto Hua Yunshu. The seat he was sitting in was that of a servant's, and as such, it seemed rather disrespectful. However, there was one advantage to be seated there: he was able to hear all the chatter of those in the grandstand area behind him very clearly. The people of Futian city naturally knew that student from Shihua Sacred Mountain better than he did. Hua Yunshu was lauded by everyone to be the number one among the participants of Shihua Sacred Mountain this year. Many talked about him when Hua Yunshu went up to fight, but Yi Futian had little memory and impression of that fight, as Hua Yunshu was able to easily defeat the other 8 and win. There were many who were still talking about Hua Yunshu behind Yi Futian. All 8 of the barren state stayed till this very moment. But since Hua Yunshu is making a move, it seems like someone from the barren state will finally get eliminated. Indeed. All 8 participants from the barren state comprehend matured rules and are very powerful, but Hua Yunshu is indeed the very pinnacle of Shihua Sacred Mountain participants in this year's 9-state forum. There is little left to the imagination. Actually, I look forward to seeing him fight against Yuxing of the barren state, but he apparently won't be challenging Yuxing this early. He probably is thinking about saving the fight for the top 100. Many talked, and it was apparent that Hua Yunshu enjoyed great prestige among the younger generations of Shihua Sacred Mountain. While he did not possess a 1 in a million talent like Lu Zong, he was extremely focused and dedicated to his training, capable of achieving the finest results with everything he did. This was why he was able to stand out and become the representative for all students below Sage Plane, earning the favor of the saints. Zui Qianqiu's eyes turned to the person who had just challenged him, and he knew how powerful his would-be opponent was. However, he walked out nonchalantly, seemingly paying no heed to it all. Hua Yunshu of Shihua Sacred Mountain of the Eastern State. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Hua Yunshu said to Zui Qianqiu in a very proper and polite manner. While he did think that there should be someone among the 8 remaining from the barren state get eliminated, he maintained a facade of composure and courtesy. He was, after all, a symbol of those from Shihua Sacred Mountain participating in the 9-state forum. As Shihua Sacred Mountain served as the host, he deemed it unacceptable to behave discourteously. Zui Qianqiu of the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Zui Qianqiu said, returning the courtesy. An aura emanated from Hua Yunshu. Please hold on, Zui Qianqiu gestured as he said so, before taking out a jug of wine and pouring it into his mouth. Many froze at Zui Qianqiu's antics. Is this fellow a drunkard or what? Hua Yunshu did not mind at all and simply waited while standing. Zui Qianqiu shook his jug a little after a moment before smiling at Hua Yunshu. He said, sorry, we can begin now. Indeed, Hua Yunshu replied. Zui Qianqiu disappeared right from where he stood as soon as Hua Yunshu finished replying, shooting for his opponent like an extremely dazzling sword. That lazy and laid-back drunkard seemed to have become someone else within an instant, shimmering with blinding sword will all over him. Hua Yunshu lifted his hand and clenched it in Zui Qianqiu's direction. Incredibly powerful rules of power manifested from their surroundings and rushed at Zui Qianqiu. The man thought to be a drunkard had flashes of rocks continuously appearing all over him, turning stiff and hard. Furthermore, the space that Zui Qianqiu occupied seemed to have been fossilized and became extremely heavy. Hua Yunshu specialized in earth elemental powers. He had achieved extreme heights with the use of earth elemental powers. He went deep in the subject, developing several types of rules of power derived from the element of earth, fossilization rules, gravity rules, and force rules. All those power of rules were derivations with the element of earth serving as the base. At that very moment, a blinding light burst from Zui Qianqiu, unleashing his sword life spirit. It looked to be as thin as wings of cicadas, and there seemed to be the power of rules fusing with that sword. Cut! Zui Qianqiu moved his will, and that dazzling sword shot through the space, cutting down all that power of fossilization. His body seemed as if it was overflowing with the power of rules, shattering all the fossilization rules imposed on him. It was some spell of rules he had developed from his own training, the ability to cut rules. The light of rocks shattered and flashes of swords as thin as wings of cicadas shot for Hua Yunshu with very lethal force. Hua Yunshu activated his will and had the vast space encased in it. Light of rocks continued to be manifested all around Zui Qianqiu. While it was impossible to fossilize him, Zui Qianqiu's movements were severely affected, making him look rather sluggish, when the rocks were used in conjunction with gravity rules. When Zui Qianqiu got near Hua Yunshu, both fossilization and gravity rules turned even greater, holding him back. At the same time, Hua Yunshu lifted his arm and slapped at the swords that Zui Qianqiu sent at him. Hua Yunshu burst out in dazzling light all over him when he launched that strike, like a great mountain. His palm felt like mountains, emanating incredible power. It seemed to conjure a shadow of mountains, making it feel as if the palm strikes that Hua Yunshu sent at Zui Qianqiu was not simple strikes, they felt as if Hua Yunshu had thrown out mountains. Zui Qianqiu's cutting sword turned incredibly overbearing as well, manifesting as a huge sword. It cutting through the air, cleaving a path through the mountains with overbearing force. The mountains were cut open, yet oppressive forces of tremendous magnitude still bore on Zui Qianqiu's body, sending him flying. Zui Qianqiu hovered in the air after he steadied himself, looking at Hua Yunshu. Hua Yunshu's rules were not some rare power of rules, as all of them were very simple ones. Yet simplicity did not necessarily imply weakness. There were many top-notch figures who were able to do the very best with very simple powers, bringing unbelievably frightening might to bear. Zui Qianqiu flashed as the wind blew and kept moving forward. At that very moment, he split into multiple illusions. There were many silhouettes of Zui Qianqiu seen rushing towards Hua Yunshu. He was the heir of the ghost sword, and both his movements and sword techniques felt like specters. His techniques turned to bare unforgivable, ferocious might after he trained under the sword demon. Hua Yunshu lifted his head and took a look. His expression remained as calm as he had been and his mind remained unfettered. As the publicly acknowledged number one figure among the participants from Shihua's sacred mountain, his confidence was based on his own formidable abilities. If any one of the 8 from the barren state were able to make him lose composure, that title of number 1 noble of Shihua sacred mountain would have been little more than a joke. He then looked at the afterimages rushing at him. Hua Yunshu extended his right hand in front of him and a very terrifying storm of rocks whipped up in the air in the very next second. The light of rocks coalesced maniacally, as if it was out to bury that space itself. At the same time, a tremendously powerful gravity rules worked on that space, making it an entity in itself. The storm of rocks sealed the space in an instant instead of fossilizing Zui Qianqiu. He placed the entire space in a lockdown with fossilization. That space became like a fossilized mountain. There was sword aura lashing out, cutting the mountain apart, yet that storm remained and went on to keep burying the gashes. He knew without a doubt that those attacks were far from enough to hurt Zui Qianqiu, as they were just there to trap Zui Qianqiu and the afterimages within. Hua Yunshu slowly took to the air and a terrifying power coursed all over him. Hua Yunshu kept his gaze on that stone mountain before him, pulling his arm back slowly. His body then shot for the mountain like a bolt of lightning in the very next second, moving at unbelievable speeds. Yi Futian's expression changed at that very scene at that very moment. He felt Hua Yunshu's strength and that Qianqiu was in a ditch. Boom! A thunderous rumble was heard as Hua Yunshu's fist landed on the very moment he had fossilized. The space trembled violently for a bit. Formless storms penetrated the inside of the mountain, and the wild, unruly power made the hearts of many present tremble. The mountain was blown to pieces, shattering completely. Many saw a blinding flash of the sword when the mountain blew up. The sword flash was then seen retreating. A silhouette was retreating with it to the edge of the forum stage, and that silhouette was none other than Zui Qianqiu. The sword flash dissipated and Zui Qianqiu's figure appeared. A streak of blood was seen at the corner of his mouth while he still felt his insides rattling. Hua Yunshu was able to actually ignore all of his attacks. There was no chance for him at all. He knew he had been defeated and that he had no way of winning. You won, Zui Qianqiu smiled and said, before turning around and leaving in a dashing manner, without giving much thought about winning or losing. It was, however, a battle that he would keep in mind. Hua Yunshu stood calmly without any hint of elation seen. It was as if things simply worked out as they should. That's Hua Yunshu indeed. The number one among nobles of Shihua Sacred Mountain, many said to themselves. The hearts of many trembled when Hua Yunshu lashed out with that strike. It was as if they were able to feel how formidable that power was themselves. Zui Qianqiu's defeat was an honorable one, as he was eliminated by Hua Yunshu. The student from the Holy Ji Palace did benefit from this trip after all. That was some formidable power indeed, Yi Futian said in a low voice on the grandstands. Zui Qianqiu's defeat meant that there was finally someone who trained in the Sage Hall get eliminated. However, he was not surprised as it was something bound to happen sooner or later. It was near impossible to have all 8 of them make it to the top 100. The participants from sacred grounds all over the 9 states did not just show up for fun, after all. Well, Yu Sheng is probably the only one at this point capable of competing with him in terms of raw strength. Sage Wanxiang nodded at the side. He was able to feel Hua Yunshu's power. Someone capable of bringing that much power to bear simply using rules was nothing short of being among the highest class of geniuses. Yu Sheng, huh? Yi Futian then turned his eyes and took a look at Yu Sheng and the others, looking forward to it. I wonder how many of the remaining 7 are capable of making it to the top 100. Yu Sheng and the others all saw Hua Yunshu walking away as well. While Hua Yunshu presented himself politely, that overwhelming sense of pride from him at that moment was hardly suppressed. So the number 1 of Shihua Sacred Mountain is now picking on the barren state. Chapter 768, The battles continued, and in the next battle, an expert from the Summer State selected an opponent and defeated him. The battles continued, and in the next battle, an expert from the Summer State selected an opponent and defeated him. Next, the Qi State and Cloud State's experts battled in succession. There was one similarity in the opponents they picked: they all had not comprehended complete rule powers. Among those remaining, there were a group of people who had not comprehended complete rule powers. These people naturally became the target for many. Moreover, in these battles, the challengers all emerged victoriously. After all, the challengers had all selected who they would challenge. Before the battle, they had already observed their opponents and hiccups were unusual. After 7 battles, only Yu State and the Barren State had not issued a challenge. At that moment, a person from Yu State stepped out. Yi Futian's gaze looked towards this person from Yu State. The person's name was Kong Qing, and his life spirit was a demon elephant. This naturally made Yi Futian recall someone, Jisheng Cliff's Kong Yao, 9th on the 9 state sage ranking. Kong Yao had cultivated the strength of the divine elephant to the limit and dominated in his generation. Due to the difference in cultivation level, Kong Qing was not as strong as Kong Yao, but he was still very strong. It was likely that he was Jisheng Cliff's strongest person in this 9-state forum. Jisheng Cliffs only had one other person who could match him in strength. Kong Qing was Kong Yao's disciple. He had changed his surname to Kong and recognized Kong Yao as his godfather. Due to Kong Yao's status in Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Qing also received the best grooming, and Jisheng Cliff's saints would personally teach him. At that moment, Kong Qing's gaze also landed in the Barren State's direction. Back then, Jisheng Cliffs had suffered a loss in the Barren State, and his godfather Kong Yao was forced to retreat without achieving his objective. He had held a grudge all this while and was extremely unhappy. On the first day of the 9-state forum, Yu Sheng had disabled his Jisheng Cliffs Shan Yao. Now, it was time to settle the score. He had heard that brother Zhan Shao had died on Taihang Mountain while heading to eliminate the ape clan. Today, he would use the Taihang Mountain's demonic beast's blood to pay homage to his brother Zhan Shao and take revenge for Zhan Yao. I challenge the Barren State's Yuan Zhan, Kong Qing said. The opponent was an ape while his life spirit was a demon elephant. They both specialized in power and had some similarities, so it was as though this battle was destined. Jisheng Cliffs seemed to have something against the Barren State, the crowd thought. They had heard a little about the enmity between Yu State's holy land Jisheng Cliffs and the Barren State. It was rumored that even the Renhuang had appeared. Kong Qing's strength is one of the best among Jisheng Cliffs' disciples. Yuan Zhan is probably going to be eliminated, someone commented. The Barren State has maintained its 8-man strong lineup for so long. One of them was eliminated in the first battle by Hua Yunshu. After this battle, there will only be 6 left. It looks like they still have too little people. After this round, who knows how many people the Barren State will have in the top 100, the crowd thought to themselves. When Yi Futian heard Kong Qing's words, he appeared very calm. From the previous battles, he could deduce that in this 9-state forum, the Yu State would be the weakest state. Jisheng Cliff's younger generation was evidently weaker than the Summer State, War State, Qi State, and the other states. Although Kong Qing was by no means weak, he could not be considered strong. He would probably not be successful in trying to eliminate Yuan Zhan. In Jisheng Cliff's direction, Kong Yao and Qin Zhong also looked towards them. Brother Kong actually picked someone from the Barren State. However, with his strength, he should be able to defeat Yi Futian, Qin Zhong said. Back then, when he descended on the Holy Ji Palace, he had dominated all the palace's disciples, until he had met Yi Futian. However, the number of people that Yi Futian had brought to the 9-state forum today was much more than when he had challenged the palace. In the short span of a year after Yi Futian had become the palace lord, a batch of geniuses had emerged from the Barren State. That is only natural. Although the Golden Ape clan has outstanding potential, they are savages that only know how to rely on brute force. After all, Kong Yao said nonchalantly. He did not lower his voice, causing many experts from other holy lands to look at him. Kong Yao was publicly humiliating the Golden Ape clan. However, his strength was 9th on the sage ranking, so he did not need to fear anything. If Sage Chunyang had not summoned Emperor Xia back then, that battle would be the Barren State's last. Yi Futian and Yuan Hong also heard Kong Yao's words and looked towards him at the same time. However, Kong Yao ignored their gazes and continued looking at the battle arena. Yi Futian's gaze was cold as he turned back towards the forum's battle arena. Yuan Zhan stepped forward with huge steps. The golden ape's body was burly and was surrounded by a golden glow as if it was created with gold. Its body was filled with a wild strength. Jisheng Cliffs, Kong Qing. When Kong Qing spoke, he did not look at Yuan Zhan, but lowered his head and played with his fingers instead. He seemed to be intentionally showing his contempt for Yuan Zhan by doing that. Yuan Zhan's gaze swept across him and he did not say anything. He turned to the elder at the edge of the battle platform and asked, "Can we start?" "Yes." The elder nodded. Kong Qing raised his head, his gaze becoming sharp all of a sudden. An elephant's cry could be heard as a giant demon elephant appeared behind Kong Qing, its hulking body filled with boundless strength. Yuan Zhan also let out a roar, and in an instant, his body became even bullier and larger. The golden ape went into a rampaging state and stepped forward, causing the forum's battle arena to let out rumbling sounds. Bang! Kong Qing also stepped forward. Like a divine elephant taking steps, an unparalleled force descended on the battle arena as multiple giant demon elephant shadows appeared. They rushed forward at the same time, creating a massive stampede. The two of them had not even clashed but had both displayed unrestrained strength. Yuan Zhan raised his giant fist and punched forward with a terrifying force. The golden fist tore through the air and crushed all the demon elephant shadows. However, Kong Qing's fist reached at the same time. When he punched out, his fist will was like a divine elephant rushing forward and trampling through the air, crushing everything. It was the divine elephant rule power, created by combining suppression rule power and force rule power, making it even more wild and strong. A deafening explosion sounded as the two of them split after the clash. The giant golden ape was sent flying and crashed into the ground with a giant crash. Yuan Zhan's foot landed on the ground. He looked towards Kong Qing, who had slid back a short distance. In the clash of strength, he was at a disadvantage. The divine elephant rule power combined with strong techniques. It is no wonder that Yuan Zhan cannot match up to it. Many people saw the scene and thought. They saw Kong Qing retract his fist and look at Yuan Zhan with contempt. Yuan Zhan stared at the opponent, the aura on his body still wild. With a roar, his body became even larger, like a giant beast. Not just that, terrifying golden rays shot through his body, causing his strength to skyrocket. When Yuan Hong saw this, a glint appeared in his eyes and he looked at Yi Futian. In fact, he was unsure of Yuan Zhan's battle ability, even now. This should be Sage Dozhan's body-enhancing technique. Now, he had also taught it to Yuan Zhan. He was a demonic beast and his battle form was his physical body. By opening the 7-star acupoints and linking the entire body, every muscle on his body should be even stronger. A golden light fell on his body, and a golden storm started to brew in front of Yuan Zhan, becoming a giant golden polearm. Bang! The golden polearm slammed in front of Yuan Zhan and the ground shook. Yuan Zhan stretched out both arms and held it in his hands. When he held it, a terrifying aura engulfed the area and his golden fur stood on end. His demonic eyes swept towards Kong Qing and at that moment, Yuan Zhan was filled with a savage demonic qi, as though he had completely released his nature. He was a golden ape, a vicious ape that could rock the heavens. Thud! With a huge sound, Yuan Zhan launched off the ground into the air like a bolt of golden lightning above Kong Qing. He brandished the golden polearm in his hands and slammed it downwards. In an instant, Kong Qing felt as though the sky was collapsing. Yuan Zhan was much stronger than before. Clenching his fists, the divine elephant shadow behind Kong Qing merged with his body, turning into a rampaging giant elephant. He raised his fist and punched towards the golden polearm, the divine elephant attempting to suppress the heavens. A roaring sound could be heard as the divine elephant shadow was obliterated. Yuan Zhan's body flew in the air, polearm shadows appearing throughout the skies, shadowing it. Kong Qing also flew into the air as martial arts mirages appeared around him. The divine elephant that could suppress the skies rushed forward. In the next moment, the two of their attacks clashed again. The polearm shadows and divine elephant figures clashed and the area they were in became terrifyingly rampant. What a terrifying force! The crowd was stunned. It seems that this Jisheng Cliff's disciple picked a tough opponent to challenge, an influential figure from a holy land said softly. At that moment, the crowd could naturally see that Yuan Zhan had not used his full strength before. Kong Qing seemed to have picked the wrong opponent. The air seemed to be bellowing as a terrifying shock wave blasted past. The divine elephant and polearm shadows flooded the area and after countless clashes, everyone could feel the horrifying omnipresent force. Yuan Hong was astounded. Yuan Zhan's strength now was much stronger than he was before. If he continued following Yi Futian, Yuan Zhan's achievements in the future would definitely exceed what he had achieved now. However, when he thought about the scene that Yi Futian had once shown him, he did not feel that it was strange. All this was only natural. At that moment, in the air above the battle arena, a golden polearm shadow encompassed the entire forum battle arena and cleaved downwards. Many people felt their hearts clench. The force behind this strike was shocking. Clang! A deafening voice was heard as the crowd saw the polearm shadows in the air disappear. At the same time, a figure landed on the ground like lightning and crashed into the battle arena with a thud. That figure was the Jisheng Cliff's Kong Qing. Kong Qing has been defeated. Many people were shocked, and Kong Yao's expression was grim. Looking at Yuan Zhan again, he was like a wild demon god, holding a giant golden polearm in his hand and standing proud in the air. He looked coldly at Kong Qing on the ground. At that moment, he was at his wildest, his demonic qi overwhelming the area. Chapter 769. Evidently, Yuan Zhan had the capability to enter the top 100. He was extremely strong. Kong Qing was one of the Jisheng Cliff's strongest figures in this 9-state forum, but he was dominated by Yuan Zhan and eliminated. Evidently, Yuan Zhan had the capability to enter the top 100. He was extremely strong. Kong Qing was one of the Jisheng Cliff's strongest figures in this 9-state forum, but he was dominated by Yuan Zhan and eliminated. The barren state is mystical indeed, many people thought to themselves. The barren state was only left with 7 people, and many people thought that Yuan Zhan was slightly weaker. However, after this battle, not many people would continue thinking that way. The victor, barren state, Yuan Zhan, the elder announced the result, and Jisheng Cliff's experts lifted Kong Qing off the battle arena. He was in terrible condition. Barren state, battle, the elder continued. After Yu state was the barren state's turn. Yuan Zhan had already been challenged, so he could not participate before everyone had battled once. Therefore, he kept his wild aura and retreated to the edge to rest. Many people looked at the barren state. Who would step out from the barren state next? Jisheng Cliffs is indeed the Yu state's holy land. Its disciples are very strong, Yi Futian said from the viewing gallery, causing many people to look towards him. For Yi Futian to say something like that after Yuan Zhan had defeated Kong Qing sounded like sarcasm. As expected, after hearing his words, Kong Yao's expression became bitter as he stared at him. However, Yi Futian acted as though he did not see it and turned towards Yu Sheng and the rest, saying, "Back then, Jisheng Cliff's disciple Qin Zhong descended on the barren state's holy Ji palace and dominated the palace's disciples. Nobody could stop him then. Now, things have changed, many of the barren state's disciples have grown. Since Jisheng Cliff's geniuses want to spar with the barren state's disciples on the 9-state forum, go ahead and challenge the Jisheng Cliff's disciples." This. When the crowd heard Yi Futian's words, they gasped. Was Yi Futian targeting Jisheng Cliffs? Behind Yi Futian, Huang Jioge, Shui Yi, and the others all had triumphant expressions. They could naturally see that this batch of Jisheng Cliff's disciples was not strong, but they dared to emulate Shihua Sacred Mountain's example to target the barren state. If so, they would grant Jisheng Cliffs their wish and let them know their place. "Yes, Palace Lord," Su Kei's voice still sounded lazy as he replied. He smiled and looked towards Jisheng Cliff's disciples with a look of ridicule on his face. The others also nodded and Yusheng stepped forward. Seeing Yusheng step out, Jisheng Cliff's disciples all tensed up and had an ominous premonition. Kong Yao's expression became even more bitter. Yusheng was evidently the leader of the barren state's disciples. Based on the dominance that he had shown up until now, he was likely to be the Holy Ji Palace's strongest disciple. Now that Kong Qing had been defeated by Yuan Zhan, who in the Jisheng Cliffs could stop Yusheng? Probably no one. Yusheng's finger pointed towards a person in the Jisheng Cliffs direction. He said, "Yuan Chen." On the Jisheng Cliffs viewing gallery, Kong Yao and the rest clenched their fists as crackling sounds could be heard. Although they had already guessed it, they still had an ominous feeling when Yusheng challenged Yuan Chen. Yuan Chen and Kong Qing were the 2 strongest disciples from Jisheng Cliffs taking part in the 9-state forum. Although the others did not know, Kong Yao and the other higher-ups knew that Yuan Chen was even stronger than Kong Qing. He had already replaced Zhan Shao and had been crowned one of Jisheng Cliff's 9 sons as a noble because of his exceptional potential. If Yusheng defeated Yuan Chen in this battle, Jisheng Cliff's journey in the 9-state forum would come to a premature end. Yuan Chen will definitely defeat Yusheng, many people thought, as though to give themselves solace. If the previous battle had not happened, they might have more confidence, but the battle between Yuan Zhan and Kong Qing was a huge blow to their morale. Yuan Chen himself stepped forward calmly and his gaze landed on Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng had left a deep impression on them in the first battle of the Nine-State Forum, so much so that they had all forgotten that he had not taken part in many battles. However, his dominance was unparalleled, making it hard for the crowd to forget him. However, he would show them in this battle that the barren state's Yu Sheng was not as strong as they had thought. Yu Sheng did not think too much. His thoughts were much simpler. Since Yi Futian wanted to eliminate Jisheng Cliffs, the first thing he needed to do was to eliminate Jisheng Cliffs' strongest cultivator. As to whether he could do it, he never even thought about it. Please, Yuan Chen turned towards Yu Sheng and said. Make your move. Yu Sheng did not say much. Since the opponent was one of Jisheng Cliff's disciple, he did not need to be courteous. Yuan Chen's eyes became demonic all of a sudden, purple lightning shining within his eyes. A shocking purple light suddenly appeared in the skies, causing a stifling feeling. A dark golden light flowed around Yu Sheng's body as he stared forward. The purple lightning surrounded Yuan Chen's body, and he slowly rose into the air, endless lightning being emitted from his eyes. In an extremely short while, the area had transformed into a lightning dimension. Ray after ray of terrifying light shot towards Yu Sheng's eyes. Yu Sheng did not close his eyes and allowed the light rays to rush into his spiritual will and attack it. However, Yuan Chen saw a cold demon statue in Yu Sheng's spiritual will. What is this? Yuan Chen frowned as he muttered to himself. Didn't Yu Sheng cultivate in his physique? Why would his spiritual will become a demon statue that was impenetrable? At the same time, streaks of lightning shot from Yuan Chen's body towards Yu Sheng. In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts surrounded Yu Sheng's body, overwhelming him. The lightning had numbing and adhering powers, so it was rooted to his body. Yu Sheng lowered his head and looked at the thousands of lightning bolts. Although they were rooted to his body, their offense seemed to be on the weaker side. However, a cold glint flashed across Yuan Chen's eyes at that moment. Following the lightning, boundless energy from the area rushed towards Yu Sheng. The lightning bolts flowed around his body, creating many pictures. You're courting death. Yuan Chen's expression was ruthless as he declared. Gradually, the lightning bolts on Yu Sheng's body turned into a lightning beast, the Kuei. At the same time, a giant Kuei shadow appeared behind Yuan Chen. This Yu Sheng is too arrogant, many people saw the scene and thought. At that moment, the Kuei surrounding his body let out a terrifying destructive aura. Kill. A gleaming purple glow shot out from Yuan Chen's eyes with intense killing intent. No matter how strong Yu Sheng's body was, he would pay the price for underestimating him. As his voice landed, the Kuei let out an earth-shattering roar. Lightning flashed with its roar and strands of destructive power erupted in the area. Many people around the battle arena could feel their ears ringing and their spiritual wills shuddering, as though they were about to explode. There were even people who closed their eyes to try and resist it. The destructive lightning flooded Yu Sheng's body. Standing within the terrifying rule power, he felt as though his spiritual will and body were about to be shattered. Yu Sheng closed his eyes as he felt the demon statue in his head receiving powerful blows and quaking. Moreover, the explosive destructive power rushed into his body, attempting to tear him apart. All the forces erupted in an instant, crushing everything. However, at the moment when the force erupted, the golden light on Yu Sheng's body turned into a golden whirlpool. Many people looked towards Yu Sheng's body, and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. What's going on? The crowd faintly saw the burly figure standing steadily, not phased at all. The eruption of destruction rule power was actually rushing into his body and getting stronger. It caused the lightning's destructive power to become a torrent, quickly vanishing within the area after rushing into Yu Sheng's body. It was as though it had been devoured by his body. Countless gazes froze there, staring at Yu Sheng's figure. This was devouring rule power. Yu Xing did not just specialize in strength, he also specialized in devouring rule power. Before this, the Luoho Palace's experts had demonstrated this rare rule power. Now that Yu Sheng had also used this devouring rule power, he gave people the impression of an even stronger, even more overbearing feeling by directly devouring the attacks on his body. He used his body to use the rule power. He already had a resilient physique. Coupled with this rule power, how would they defeat him? Just as Yuan Chen was spacing out, Yu Sheng stepped forward and the battle arena quaked. Seeing Yu Sheng walk towards him, the strongest person in Jisheng Cliffs, Yuan Chen had a feeling of helplessness. He knew that his attack just now did not just strike his opponent's body, but also his spiritual will. However, it was all pointless. He had no weak points. Boom, boom. Yu Sheng's body sped up and his body flew into the air, his body filled with boundless energy. Seeing the demon-like figure, Yuan Chen was in despair. If his body collided with Yu Sheng's, what would the outcome be? Would he be disabled just like Zhang Yao? Yuan Chen clenched his fists and was in a dilemma. He knew that victory was impossible. The question now was, in what way would he lose? Would he be defeated, or concede? Could he handle the price of defeat? Yu Sheng's figure got closer. Yuan Chen took a deep breath, saying, I concede. The fist that had already swung out stopped in midair. Yu Sheng's body stopped in the air, and he glanced coldly at Yuan Chen, then turned towards Jisheng Cliffs. He ignored the grim faces and turned to walk back to the barren state. Looking at his figure, many people thought that they would need to re-estimate Yu Sheng's strength. It seemed that his strength was not just worthy of the top 100. Jisheng Cliff's strongest disciple Yuan Chen had conceded without Yu Sheng even launching an attack at him. To Jisheng Cliffs, this was a humiliation. Not just that, but what did Yuan Chen's defeat mean? This meant that Jisheng Cliffs had prematurely been eliminated from the 9-state forum. Moreover, they would continue to be targeted by the other members of the barren state. Chapter 770. On the viewing gallery, many influential figures revealed enthusiastic expressions. On the viewing gallery, many influential figures revealed enthusiastic expressions. Before the 9-state forum had begun, everyone thought that the barren state was just here as a formality and would be eliminated quickly, becoming a witness to the 9-state forum. The people from the eastern state had also felt that the barren state was only here to make up the numbers. However, at this moment, the barren state had shown an extremely strong side. Although they had the least people, they were very resilient. On the other hand, the Holy Land from Yu State, Jisheng Cliffs, had fallen into an awkward position. They were very likely to be the first Holy Land to be eliminated from the 9-state forum. Even if some of their disciples managed to enter the top 100 because of luck, they would probably not do well. Moreover, they could have no one in the top 100. If that was so, the Jisheng Cliffs' reputation would suffer on the 9-state forum. The crowd knew the enmity between Jisheng Cliffs and the barren state was because of the Jisheng Cliffs bullying the barren state. However, on the 9-state forum, they were suppressed by the saintless barren state. They wondered how the 9th on the sage ranking, Kong Yao, would feel. After a round of battles, the barren state had participated in 3 of the 9 battles and won 2 of them. Their only defeat was Zui Qianqiu losing to Shihua Sacred Mountain's strongest person, Hua Yunshu. This was already a very good result. After all, their opponents were all prodigies and they had defeated the 2 strongest members of the Jisheng Cliffs. Next, it would be the eastern state's turn to battle again. This time, the eastern state did not challenge the barren state. In reality, since the start of the battle until now, the 7 people remaining in the barren state had all proven themselves. Although Phoenix and Yi Xiaoshu's strength were not that convincing, the others all had battles that proved themselves, such as Yuan Zhan defeating Kong Qing. If that was so, it was unwise to target the barren state. At least, among those remaining, there were still people weaker than the barren state. Moreover, the battle between the barren state and Jisheng Cliffs was not likely to end soon. The other Holy Lands were unwilling to be a part of it and would rather be onlookers. What was interesting was when it was Yu State's turn to battle, it was not Jisheng Cliff's disciples that battled, but the Stone Saints. However, when it was the Barren State's turn, Yi Shaoshi stepped forward and looked in the direction of Jisheng Cliffs. On the viewing gallery, Yi Futian and the rest all looked towards Yi Shaoshi, and they saw the fatty raise his head and point at one of the disciples of the Jisheng Cliffs and say, "I challenge him." Cough, cough. Yi Futian supported his head with his right hand and turned around. The others also had speechless expressions. They had thought that the arrogant fatty would challenge one of the strongest remaining disciples in the Jisheng Cliffs. However, they did not expect that the fatty would select one of the weakest disciples. What an interesting fatty. The Barren State's styles were too different. Second sister, seventh brother is smart indeed. He found the weakest opponent in the Jisheng Cliffs with one look, ensuring that he can defeat the opponent. He has learned well from teacher to develop such good vision. Yi Futian looked at Zhuge Mingyue beside him and said, "Yes, little seventh is smart indeed. His skin is also getting thicker. It seems as though he is in need of a lesson." Zhuge Mingyue grinned and replied. "I said nothing." Yi Futian secretly thought to himself and turned back to watch Yi Shaoshi. On the battle arena, Yi Shaoshi had the chills all of a sudden and thought, could it be that someone is talking bad about me? However, on the battle arena, Yi Shaoshi defeated his opponent decisively. In the next few rounds of battles, Hua Jieyu challenged a Jisheng Cliff's disciple and won. Yi Wuchen challenged a Jisheng Cliff's disciple and won. Su Kei challenged a Jisheng Cliff's disciple and won. Phoenix challenged a Jisheng Cliff's disciple and won. The 4 challenges were all victories. Moreover, all their victories were based upon Jisheng Cliff's defeat. On the viewing gallery, Jisheng Cliff's disciples all had grim expressions, especially the leading Kong Yao. He felt that he had lost all face in front of the people from the 9 states. Moreover, they had gone through 6 rounds of battling. In the 54 battles, 108 people had participated and 54 had been eliminated. The remaining 7 people in the Barren State had all participated in the battles. According to the rules, before all 300 remaining participants had battled once, they would not be able to battle again. The Barren State was the first to make it to the next round. The Holy Lands from the other 8 states continued to battle, and many confrontations between experts broke out. A few experts started to reveal their hidden strengths. Evidently, they had not given their all in the previous battles. Yu Sheng and the rest looked quietly, observing everyone's strength. As time passed, the atmosphere became tense, even solemn. The battles also became more exciting, with each battle thrilling the crowd even more. When everyone had participated in the battles, the number of people on the 9-state forum had decreased by half. Only 180 people remained. There were about 30 Holy Lands participating in the 9-state forum. Adding on those from the eastern state who were not from a Holy Land, every faction had about 6 people. Next, about half of them would be eliminated. The Summer State, Qi State, and War State had the most people remaining on average. Yu State's Jisheng Cliffs had the least people remaining among all the Holy Lands with 2 people. Previously, when the Barren State had targeted Jisheng Cliffs, the other factions had seen that Jisheng Cliffs was weak and had challenged them. The 2 remaining people had challenged others and won in order to stay in the forum. However, everyone knew that in the following battles, everyone would rush to challenge the weakest few. Jisheng Cliffs was likely to be the prime target. There was an extremely high chance that they would be eliminated without a single person entering the top 100. What was even more interesting was that the Barren State's Holy Ji Palace had more people than the average amount of all the Holy States remaining. Although the Barren State was a state, it had only 1 Holy Land participating. If they were calculating purely by Holy Lands, the Holy Ji Palace still had 7 people remaining. As long as they won another battle, they would enter the top 100. Not just them, but it was the same for everyone else. As long as they won another round, they would enter the top 100. Only 80 battles were needed for the 180 people, so 20 people could automatically enter the top 100 without battling. However, even without anyone challenging the remaining 7 people from the barren state, they only needed 63 battles to complete a round. So, it was impossible for the participants from the barren state to automatically advance. They needed to obtain a victory to enter the top 100. Continue, the elder announced. Without selecting the top 100, the battles would not stop. Countless people waited in anticipation. Now, every battle would decide a person in the top 100. An expert walked out from the eastern state and challenged one of the remaining 2 from Jisheng Cliffs. He did not have a grudge against Jisheng Cliffs, but under the current scenario, it was naturally best to challenge the easiest person to defeat now and secure himself a spot in the top 100. The eastern state's expert was victorious. An expert from the summer state also challenged Jisheng Cliffs' expert and won. As such, the participants from Jisheng Cliffs were all eliminated. Jisheng Cliffs was also the first holy land to have no disciples in the top 100, and it was very likely that they would be the only one. Next, an expert from the Qi state stepped forward. The person who stepped forward had an elegant demeanor and was dressed in a red robe. He had shoulder-length red and black hair to express his personality. He was the Jixia Holy Palace's disciple, Wang Yu. He was extremely strong. After Wang Yu had stepped out, his gaze landed in the barren state's direction, and he said, I challenge the barren state's Yishaoshi. Previously, the fatty had challenged one of the weakest participants in the Jisheng Cliffs and had been extremely wretched. Many people had remembered him, so Yishaoshi was naturally a prime target for this round. If they could defeat this fatty, they could enter the top 100 of the 9-state forum. The fatty appeared lacking in self-confidence and no longer had the arrogant attitude he had when he dealt with Jisheng Cliffs. He walked out slowly and stared at Wang Yu. The Jixia Holy Palace's Wang Yu wishes to spar, Wang Yu said. Yishaoshi stood upright and said in a solemn voice, the Holy Ji Palace's disciple, Yishaoshi wishes to spar. Wang Yu's body rose slowly into the air. In an instant, an invisible flame current wafted in the air. The area suddenly became extremely hot and Wang Yu looked at Yishaoshi, saying, my specialization is fire while yours is wood. He had previously noticed that Yishaoshi's life spirit was an ancient tree, and fire countered wood. The tree of emperors, Yishaoshi added. It's the same, Wang Yu smiled and replied. As his voice landed, the dark flames suddenly started burning everywhere, surrounding Yishaoshi within. The flame current even rushed towards Yishaoshi. The entire world had turned into a hell-like flame dimension. Behind Yishaoshi, his life spirit the Emperor's vine flourished and golden vines surged forth rapidly towards all directions, constricting Wang Yu. Wang Yu's eyes appeared to have flames in them as boundless flame currents flowed. A giant flame pattern had formed under Yishaoshi. Hellfire, burn! Wang Yu spat in a cold voice. As his voice landed, the flame pattern engulfed the entire area, turning into a flame whirlpool, submerging the area, surrounding Yishaoshi's body within. The Emperor's vines were destroyed and reborn under the hellfire and were extremely resilient. Yishaoshi was surrounded by hellfire and let out a sigh of dejection, mumbling to himself, the fatty is easy to bully. His eyes turned golden and a mysterious golden glow surrounded his body. At the same time, boundless energy started to gather above him. Godly creation of all things, Yishaoshi said out loud. In an instant, boundless golden light gathered at one point and a strong spiritual will energy merged with Yishaoshi's body. Gradually, a golden ancient god appeared around his body. However, compared to the godly creation of all things that Bai Luli had used during his battle with Gu Donglu, the ancient god was much smaller. A miniature. Zhuge Mingyue saw the scene and had a strange expression. Grow, Yishaoshi spat. In an instant, the golden ancient god grew rapidly. Zhuge Mingyue looked at the rapidly growing ancient god that had exceeded Bai Luli's back then and blinked. However, Yi Shaoshi seemed to have no intention of stopping and continued saying, "Grow, grow, grow." The ancient god got even larger, blocking out the skies like a real god. The crowd on the viewing gallery looked at the giant figure and their gazes all froze. Wang Yu also looked at this scene in astonishment. This was the rule of growth that was created by the wood element. Trample him. At that moment, Yi Shaoshi's dissatisfied voice sounded out. See if you dare to bully fatties again. Wang Yu's expression appeared stiff as he looked at the giant ancient god raising its leg and stomping down. His heart clenched as its foot encompassed the entire area. How was he going to burn this with his flames? Chapter 771, This. The spectators felt speechless seeing the enormous golden ancient god figure that was unable to be burned down by hellfire. This. The spectators felt speechless seeing the enormous golden ancient god figure that was unable to be burned down by hellfire. You fat ass. Zhuge Mingyue smirked looking at the battlefield. That fat ass had what it took to best a mighty one of Jisheng cliffs, yet he chose the weakest one to fight against nonetheless. Very dirty indeed. Wang Yu evaded and retreated. The golden huge leg stomped, causing a rumble throughout the entire forum stage. If the stage had not been one forged using matrices by the mighty ones of the Shihua sacred mountain, it would have crumbled right there and then. The golden ancient god continued to press forward. It was something that exuded intense pressure by simply standing around. The power of rules that Wang Yu was skilled at wielding were derived from flames. It was a type of rules useful against wood elemental powers, but it was unable to do anything against the huge golden body. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Yi Shaoshi yelled while hiding behind the ancient god's body. Wang Yu stared coldly in his direction. That fat ass sure is one goddamn asshole. The ground continued to shake and Wang Yu looked awful. He eventually yelled, I quit. The ancient god figure had only ceased after the line was spoken. It gradually dissipated into countless blots of light, and Yi Shaoshi leaped from the air, saying to Wang Yu while looking at him, too weak. Waste of my time. Yi Shaoshi then turned around and left in a dashing manner, leaving Wang Yu to stare at his fat silhouette. Too weak. Wang Yu's fists popped loudly and clearly. He gritted his teeth and wished he could have kicked the fat guy hard right there and then. That fat ass is just too much. What the hell? Many great figures in the grandstands felt rather speechless. They were thinking that the fat participant from the barren state really deserved to be called an asshole. Regardless, Yi Shaoshi was able to make it to the top 100 after that battle, and he also happened to be the first participant from the barren state to make it to the top 100. The barren state. Many turned to look in their direction, and their opinion of the barren state gradually changed. They had thought the barren state to be little more than just decoration, yet, the barren state had just as many participants as the other participants from other sacred grounds at the moment. One could have easily seen that there would be at least 3 participants from the barren state capable of making it to the top 100. With that turn of events, the barren state's sacred ground began to look like something befitting their status. It was important to note that none from Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State was capable of making it to the top 100. Such a comparison was a form of disastrous irony to many. The spectators at the grandstands began to look amused. They began to look forward to the top 100 places being filled and the eventual matches between the top 100 candidates, wondering how brilliant the fights would be. Mighty ones from Cloud State, War State, and the others continued to step forward and fight. None dared to challenge the participants from the barren state anymore. Even Yi Shaoshi had proven his strength. The one among the remaining participants from the barren state who could be considered weak was none other than Phoenix. But what if she is just like the others who haven't brought their full powers to the game just yet? As such, no one dared to challenge her. When it was the barren state's turn again, Phoenix was the first one to step out. Yi Futian nodded to himself, getting what Yu Sheng and the others were trying to pull with that. That round of eliminations had just begun, and if they were to make a move to challenge others first, there would be some weak ones available for picking. If they were to be challenged or if the rounds continued, the chances of doing so would lessen. As such, they simply let Phoenix seize the chance to make it to the top 100. Phoenix did not disappoint as she ended up defeating the one she challenged. She became the second participant from the barren state who made it to the top 100 after Yi Shaoshi. Both of them had been thought to be the weakest before that round of battles began, yet both were able to make it to the top 100 nonetheless. It would be difficult to eliminate the remaining 5, Yu Sheng, Hua Jieyu, Yi Wuqian, Su Ke, and Yuan Zhan. It was especially so in the case of Yu Sheng. There was no one who dared to challenge him unprovoked. That man is definitely worthy of being ranked in the top 30. It was apparent that no top-class genius wanted to challenge him at the moment. The risk was simply too great and there was no need to do something like that so soon. The rounds of battles continued, with every battle ending with a participant reaching the top 100. The spectators were especially excited. Everyone felt that every battle was even more interesting as many geniuses brought their hidden powers to bear on their opponents. There were participants from the barren state who continued to step out and fight, with every single one of them winning. Yu Sheng was the last to step out. He was deemed the strongest of the one remaining. As such, he was able to defeat his opponent without a doubt, even if he was not the one picking the fight. When all 7 participants from the barren state were done with their respective battles, the result was all 7 of them won and made it to the top 100. With fewer and fewer participants left on the forum stage, the 7 from the barren state grew increasingly eye-catching. With all entire 9 states taken into consideration, having 7 participants from one state ranked among the top 100 was not bad. If things were considered based on sacred grounds instead, there were about 30 sacred grounds remaining, and, on average, there were only 3 or 4 representatives among each. The Holy Ji Palace of the barren state, a place without a saint, took 7 places instead. Everyone's attention, whoever they might have been from the 9 states, was fully on the barren state. It was something that none had anticipated. Shihua's Sacred Mountain had not anticipated such a turn of events when they invited the barren state, nor did Jisheng Cliffs when they went to provoke the barren state. It made one wonder if the humility that Yi Futian had demonstrated previously when he talked to Saint Shihua was genuine. The 9 states aside, just look at Shihua Sacred Mountain. How many legendary figures have there been who sported immense talent? If you saw any of them, you should be humble and seek their guidance instead. Who allowed you to be so insolent? It was something Yi Futian said to Yu Sheng when the 9-state forum was about to begin. Be humble and seek guidance. Handing over a holy item if none from the barren state is able to make it to top 10. Is this humility? No, that is confidence. Everyone from the 9 states was aware of that, but nobody spoke about that explicitly. No one would have made a scene with that knowledge, as that would have made the host, Shihua's Sacred Mountain, look bad. Furthermore, Yi Futian's behavior had been courteous. Everyone's attitude towards the barren state decided what the atmosphere was like at that time. His humility did not seem out of place back then. If anything, it was the people of the other 8 states and the mighty ones of Shihua Sacred Mountain to be blamed, for looking down on the barren state. None from the other 8 states expected things to turn out this way. Even the ones from the barren state and Yi Futian felt surprised at how things turned out. Everyone made it to the top 100 except Zui Qianqiu. Many top-class figures who came all the way from the barren state to witness the event felt tremendously shaken. There was no way any of them would have expected that when Yi Futian took over as Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace and ventured outside of the barren state, he and his peers would shine so brilliantly the very first time they stood on a stage outside of the barren state. Who would have thought something like this was possible? Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs alone had greatly embarrassed the Holy Ji Palace once. What was more ridiculous was that there were still those in the Holy Ji Palace who doubted Yi Futian's decision to allow his friends to train in the Sage Hall. Yi Futian hardly thought much about it all. He simply thought himself to be rather lucky. With the exception of Zui Qianqiu, who apparently was down on his luck, all the others had yet to meet top-class figures from other sacred grounds. The strongest Jisheng cliffs had to offer had also been kicked out by Yusheng. But then again, such luck was something that Yusheng and the others had earned with their indisputable prowess. If it had not been the participants of the barren state bringing surprise and shock to everyone present with every single battle they fought, they would not have been treated as such. In the last round, no one other than Yi Shaoshi had been challenged. All the others from the barren state went to challenge the participants of other states instead, allowing them to pick comparatively weak opponents. If it had not been for their impressive show of force, they would not have been thought of as such. For instance, all from Jisheng cliffs were stomped on and bullied like ants, and every single one of them ended up eliminated. In conclusion, luck stemmed from and was one's own prowess. The battles of the others continued while the barren state participants were done with theirs. The rounds continued until all of the top 100 places were taken 80 battles later. Countless eyes turned to the forum stage. There were only 100 people standing on the vast stage, taking their places at the 9 states' corners. By then, the number of remaining participants from the eastern state no longer proved to be of an edge when compared to Summer State and Qi State. The top 100 places were as such: the Eastern State held 13 places. Summer State held 15 places. Qi State held 14 places. Cloud State held 12 places. War State held 12 places. Feng State held 11 places. Ocean State held 10 places. Yu State held 6 places. Barren State taking 7 places. With the utter elimination of Jisheng cliffs, Yu State turned out to be the worst performer of all 9 states, with 1 participant fewer than the barren state. Summer State and Qi State, on the other hand, due to their formidable strength in general, turned out greater than the Eastern State, the host of the event. Of course, when things were considered only from the perspective of sacred ground forces, many would have been even more surprised. The Holy Ji Palace of the barren state had taken the most number of places of the top 100 among all other sacred grounds of the other 8 states. It was a marvelous scene to behold. The most underestimated sacred ground, the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state, turned out to have the most participants among the top 100. Other than the sacred grounds, there were only 3 participants from the eastern state who were not a student of a sacred ground. Furthermore, those places were taken from by top-class geniuses of sacred grounds. Every single one of those 3 remaining signified the elimination of a top-class genius from a sacred ground. That young girl, Yaya, was one of those 3. Congratulations to all who remain. At the moment, Saint Shihua addressed the top 100 on the forum stage from the main seat of the eastern state. Top-class figures of noble plane gathered at the 9-state forum. Being ranked among the top 100 means that all of you are the most remarkable nobles of the younger generations throughout the 9 states. There may be many who, in the future, have the right to sit at the forefront of the grandstands to witness the event. The people from all 9 states nodded with a smile. Saint Shihua was apt with his words. Exceptional ones emerged from those top 100 and they would be qualified to be ranked on the sage and saint ranking in the future. The 9-state forum this year has very high standards, so much so that even I look forward to seeing the battles fought at the very end, the great Zhou Sacred King said with a smile. Zhou Zi, who was sitting behind him, looked rather displeased. She was eliminated right from the very first round, defeated by Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu and the other 6 from the barren state, on the other hand, all made it to the top 100, which meant that she, as a princess of a sacred dynasty, paled in comparison to Hua Jieyu. She even lost to Hua Jieyu in terms of looks. What is more surprising is that the barren state, which has not participated in the event for so many years, was surprisingly able to have 7 ranked among the top 100 for the first time in a long time. This is truly surprising, and I guess my opinion is shared by many here, the Sky Saint said with a smile, and others nodded in agreement. The Glass Saint added with a smile, indeed. No one would have thought this would have happened when the 9-state forum began. This also proves that Shihua's Sacred Mountain had been wise to invite the barren state to participate in the event this year. It was they who had proved what they were capable of. Saint Shihua shook his head as he clarified. Everyone was able to see what was before their eyes, and that was something that even he had not anticipated. As such, he did not see fit to take credit for any of it. Chapter 772, Saint Shihua scanned the forum stage area after taking a look at the 7 from the barren state. He then smiled and said, after spending so many days battling continuously, I'm sure most of our guests from all over the 9 states are rather worn now. I propose to bring this segment of the 9-state forum to a close. What do you all think? Saint Shihua scanned the forum stage area after taking a look at the 7 from the barren state. He then smiled and said, after spending so many days battling continuously, I'm sure most of our guests from all over the 9 states are rather worn now. I propose to bring this segment of the 9-state forum to a close. What do you all think? Everyone nodded with a smile and had no opinion about it. As per tradition, the host of the 9-state forum would throw a banquet for the guests and participants when the top 100 participants were finalized. The participants would be given 3 days to recuperate and prepare for the ultimate battles of the later stages of the event. I've ordered for a banquet to be prepared, and all present here may make a move. All who hail from sacred grounds, as well as friends and family members of the top 100, are welcome to join, Saint Shihua said. They were obligated to treat all of the guests throughout all 9 states regardless if they were able to make it to the top 100, as they had all come a long way. As for those who were not of sacred grounds from the eastern state, there were actually only 3 who made it to the top 100, and they were invited to the banquet as well. Saint Shihua stood as soon as he finished, and everyone present at the event stood as well, walking towards the inner parts of the Shihua sacred mountain. The mighty ones from all over the eastern state at the grandstands felt rather disappointed for not being able to witness the fights between the top 100 in one go. It made them feel rather dissatisfied, but they were unable to do anything but wait. The 9-state forum's ultimate battles were to be held 3 days later. The clashes between top-class geniuses were ones to be looked forward to by all. Yi Futian and his people stood as well. Yu Sheng, Hua Jieyu, and the others flashed and came before him. You guys did well, Yi Futian smiled and said. Their performances had given him, the palace lord, quite a lot of prestige. We're not done yet, Yu Sheng said. The people of the other 8 states looked down on the barren state, and Shihua's sacred mountain never afforded them with ample respect. The top 100 was not yet enough, and they saw themselves needing to go further and higher in the ranks before they were able to stand tall for all from the other 8 states to see. I look forward to it. Yi Futian smiled and took a look at him. This guy has been fighting, feeling irked about things from the very beginning. His goal is, of course, higher than just the top 100. Things were awful, Zui Qianqiu said rather dejectedly at the side. Yi Futian looked at him and smiled. You've your luck to blame. It wasn't that you were weak. I'm weak and that's the truth. It has nothing to do with luck. If I had been strong enough, I wouldn't have lost. Zui Qianqiu turned around and looked at the side where the ones from Shihua Sacred Mountain were. If Hua Yunshu had picked Yusheng instead, the outcome would have been unknown. Stop feeling sad for yourself and let's go party, Yi Futian smiled and said, feeling better than he had been before. The 9-state forum was off to a good start. The barren state would be able to stand on equal footing with other states in the future, and they may even be higher. Let's go, Sage Wanxiang said. Everyone walked, heading for the depths of Shihua Sacred Mountain. Shihua Sacred Mountain had thrown a huge banquet. The vast venue of the banquet was divided into 9 separate areas. The banquet, which was capable of holding over 10,000 people, was intricately and elegantly done. People from all 9 states arrived, and the barren state, naturally, was still the one arranged the furthest from the host, being assigned to the very rear. However, Yi Futian and the others cared little about the arrangement as they had gotten used to it. They had to accept things due to them having no saints among them. While they still did not feel comfortable about it all, the only way to remedy the situation was for all of them to get stronger. The banquet was filled with fine drinks, and Zui Qianqiu helped himself to it without any reservations. He did not forget to delicately savor them as he kept saying, "Good stuff indeed." Servant girls passed through the seats time and again, all of them pretty girls. There was also an area at the center where the beauties danced, accompanied by beautiful music, making the scene look splendid and elegant. As a sacred ground of the eastern state, Shihua Sacred Mountain had 3 saints. Being of such a prestigious status meant that their words held great significance, wielding unimaginable power in all sense of the word. Furthermore, those pretty servant girls were not ordinary folk. They were all cultivators, and some among them were even daughters of renowned clans in Futian city. Such was the power wielded by people of great prestige. Yi Futian arrived at his seat quietly, admiring the lively scene before his eyes, thinking to himself that the sacred grounds from all over the 9 states might have been at each other's throats under the table, but they still put on a friendly, peaceful facade. The sacred grounds had only been fighting each other moments ago in the event, yet the scene before him felt like a gathering of good friends instead. We cultivators don't go out a lot. It's a rare chance for us to be able to meet so many geniuses of the younger generations from all 9 states. We've all gathered here today and there is no need for reservations. Treat the banquet as you would in a family gathering. Chat and drink to your heart's content. Discuss anything throughout the 9 states. No status differences, no separation between sages and saints at this moment. Saint Shihua held his cup and said with a smile. His voice was calm and gentle. Everyone toasted. After all, it was a saint proposing a toast, and no one dared to not give face to a saint. Sky Saint, we were all like them once upon a time. We were young and full of life, but time flew and here we are. Saint Shihua smiled and said. It is quite amusing to see that even a saint, a being envied by countless throughout all 9 states, has something to say about the passage of time, the leader of the Xia clan quipped with a smile. He knew that Saint Shihua was simply being polite. There was no one who did not want to break into the saint plane, a plane where one's own powers and lifespan would undergo drastic changes. It was also a plane enabling those who reached it to become the most powerful of all men throughout the 9 states. A single word from those people would affect the lives of countless people. How is Senior Xia doing? Saint Shihua asked the mighty one from Xia clan. The old man is doing fine. The mighty one from Xia clan nodded. Saint Shihua might have been ranked high in seniority, but the old man in Xia clan was someone who was practically a living relic, so much so that even Saint Shihua had to address the old man as his senior. I'd like to pay the old man a visit if the chance presents itself, Saint Shihua smiled and said. You're being too kind, Saint, the mighty one from Xia clan said. On the other side, the great Zhou sacred king's eyes fell onto the glass saint, who was sitting right beside him. He said, with his cup held up, Glass Saint, how have you been doing all these years? The Glass Saint took a look at the king with a smile and said, I've been training in the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple all this while, and I'm doing fine. The Glass Saint's students all turned their eyes at the great Zhou sacred king. They all heard the rumor about the king having gone after their teacher once upon a time, and the rumor seemed to be true after all. Their teacher was unparalleled in terms of appearance and was known to be the #1 beauty throughout the eastern state. She had turned to become more beautiful with an air of holiness about her after becoming a saint, looking like a goddess who cared not for the mundane world. However, their teacher had been training alone for years, and there seemed to be no chance for the king to do anything further with her. Saint Shihua, who sat beside them, had naturally heard the king ask how the glass saint was doing, and he smiled and sighed. Despite the great Zhou sacred king having the great Zhou sacred dynasty in his grasp and the title of sacred king, enjoying a level of prestige and power unimaginable to many, there were still people that he was unable to get his hands on. The glass saint had probably become something the king clung to. Sacred king, the glass saint has always been renowned for her astounding beauty. Now that she has achieved sainthood, how can she be anything else but fine? Saint Shihua added with a smile, she is now just like you, sacred king, a glorious symbol of a generation. Saint Shihua was more senior than the two of them as he hailed from an earlier time. Please, Saint Shihua, we're all of such advanced age now, the glass saint smiled and said. Her voice sounded crisp, clear and gentle, hardly different from a girl who was in her 20s. Since when did cultivators care about age? Saint Shihua shook his head and said. While that is indeed true, the time now belongs to them. The glass saint turned her eyes at the young geniuses from all over the 9 states. Saint Shihua and the great Zhou sacred king, as well as the mighty ones with them, turned to look at the ones from all over the 9 states. Saint Shihua smiled and said, every era has its own symbol. Many performed astoundingly well in this year's 9-state forum. The Xia clan, Yu clan, Yi clan and the 9-state College of Summer State, the Qi clan, Jixia Holy Palace, Hall of Holy Light, and Yu House of Qi State, the Vajra region, Luoho Palace, and Holy Temple of 10 Corners of War State, and the many other sacred ground geniuses of Yun State and the others, all of them shone brilliantly, and it seems that our Batliks of Judgment won't be staying with Shihua Sacred Mountain for long. Everyone naturally knew that Saint Shihua was half joking. If he had taken out such a holy item to serve as a prize, he was naturally prepared to part with it sooner or later. Hua Yunshu of Shihua Sacred Mountain and Zhou Yu of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty are people who will become the champion in the end. Maybe, the holy item will stay with the Eastern State or Shihua Sacred Mountain. Some mighty ones smiled and said, there are indeed many mighty ones to be found in this year's event. Even I have grown excited about it all. The Sky Saint smiled and said, speaking of which, there is the previously underestimated Barren State. Those youngsters have indeed demonstrated uncommon prowess, especially Yu Sheng. He might actually be a dark horse. Many turned their eyes to where the Barren State was assigned. Yu Sheng had indeed left quite an impression. He might have actually been able to go further now that he was ranked among the top 100. However, all who remained in the event at the moment were truly the best that the sacred grounds of all 9 states had to offer, especially when it came to the later stages of the event. If Yu Sheng wanted to make it to the top 10, he would be met with the most powerful figures from many sacred grounds. The difficulty remained great. It remained to be seen if the dark horse had cards up his sleeve, and how powerful such cards were. I guess we can indeed look forward to the growth of this batch's younger generations from the Barren State, someone smiled and said. I have heard that Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, was a successor appointed by the previous palace lord, Sage Chunyang, personally. He paid a great price having the young man take over the place, going so far as to call upon Emperor Xia. If the students from the Barren State were able to perform so well this year, the palace lord himself must be someone more exceptional. Someone looked at Yi Futian and said. They were not the only ones with such a thought. Many shared the same opinion. Yu Sheng had proven himself as someone incredibly exceptional. Other than him, there were Hua Jieyu, Su Kei, and the rest. All of them were proud sons and daughters, and all of them were willing to simply play at the sides. The palace lord from the Barren State, Yi Futian, was someone of the same generation, and all those people were willing to follow his lead. As such, it was anyone's guess what the palace lord of a sacred ground of the Barren State, who currently was seen sitting quietly, would be like. Many felt curious about him. I have heard from Qingni, a student of mine, that Yi Futian led the students of the Holy Ji Palace to break the Celestial Dragon chess game at the Chess Saint Villa, capable of playing 9 different play styles all on his own. The Glass Saint turned to look at Yi Futian and smiled faintly. If he had not broken into Sage Plain, he would have participated in the 9-state forum, and we would have gotten to see what he is truly made of. You're being too kind, Glass Saint. My plane is still weak and there are so many talented people to be found in all the other 8 states. I dare not speak of my own talents in such a place. Yi Futian lowered his head and said, not looking at the eyes of the Glass Saint. While the Glass Saint was a saint, she was, nonetheless, a beauty like none other. If he were to somehow end up leering at her, he would have gravely offended a saint. You're too humble, the Glass Saint smiled and said. All 9 of the students of Chess Saint Villa are here. Someone looked behind Saint Shihua. All 9 of those students were standing beside Lu Zong. While Yi Futian demonstrated his uncanny talents by breaking the celestial dragon chess game, the chess saint chose Lu Zong. It seems that Lu Zong will perhaps become a successor of the saints. The great Zhou sacred king smiled and said, "You're being too kind, sacred king. I was only the earlier one to break the game instead of Palace Lord Yi. His prowess at chess is in no way inferior to mine," Lu Zong said with a smile, in a dashing manner. Many praised him in their hearts. That is Lu Zong indeed. Chapter 773, The Great Zhou Sacred King looked at Lu Zong and smiled, saying, "Well, we have so many proud sons and daughters here today, all in such a good mood. Are there any of the young people who'd like to show what they've got for a little bit?" The great Zhou Sacred King looked at Lu Zong and smiled, saying, "Well, we have so many proud sons and daughters here today, all in such a good mood. Are there any of the young people who'd like to show what they've got for a little bit?" Sacred King, while it is true that many here are our juniors, many of them are already sages. It would be rather unsuitable to have them perform. Wouldn't it be fun to simply admire the dance and the music while chatting and drinking away? Speaking of dance and music, I heard that there are people from your house today. The ones that you hired pale in comparison. The great Zhou Sacred King then took a look at the Qi State's corner. True words indeed. Who in the 9 states doesn't know that the Yu House excels in such performing arts, better than anyone else throughout the 9 states? Saint Shihua said. "Please, you're being too kind," the people from Yu House bowed and said to Saint Shihua. Since both Saint Shihua and the great Zhou Sacred King are in such a pleasant mood, Lu Yun, how about you play something for everyone? He looked at a young man who was dressed in a clean white robe beside him. The young man looked pleasant and dashing, with a hint of air of sorrow about him. "You Lu Yun." An elder from the Jixia Holy Palace said, one among the younger generation of Yu House known to be incredibly talented in the art of music, and the personal student of the music saint. "Everyone here is in for a treat today indeed." "Is that so?" The people of the other states all looked rather amused, and their interests were piqued as they looked at the young man. He had not participated in the 9-state forum, which meant that he was probably a young age, who happened to look incredibly dashing. "You're dismissed." Saint Shihua waved at the girl who was playing music at the moment. The troupe all rose and bowed, leaving the stage shortly after. Yu Luyun stepped onto the stage slowly, cupping his hands and saying, "I hope you'll find my performance to your liking." "Please," Saint Shihua smiled and said in a friendly manner. Yu Luyun sat before the guqin and put all of his fingers on the strings. He looked as if he had turned into someone else in an instant. A crisp sound was heard from the strings as his fingers moved, playing a bright and light-hearted tune. The music from the guqin slowly rose in volume, bringing a powerful air with it, easily enabling all within earshot to steep into the scene illustrated by the sound of the instrument. The guqin's sound was loud and sonorous, like a high and mighty song. It was as if heroes had gathered there. Figures of legends were everywhere, steeping themselves in martial arts, fighting each other on the battlefield. There were dragons howling in the sea and phoenixes crying in the sky. Many vaguely saw silhouettes of elusive figures, with the shadows of true dragons and phoenixes appearing. At that moment, everyone felt as if they had been brought back to the forum stage of the 9-state forum, fighting on the stage and seeing who among the geniuses from all 9 states would be crowned champion. The power of the sound was incredibly penetrative, enabling one to feel as if they were in the scene itself. There was no noise of any kind heard in the banquet but the sound of the guqin. Many looked at Yu Luyun and found the young man looking incredibly dashing while performing with astounding skills. The loud music gradually took a more tranquil tone. The elders chatted away, and things had calmed. It was as if the battlefield scenes had turned into that of a banquet. The song had a hint of flightiness in it, as if the song was one from the heavens, with clouds floating around and spreading all over the banquet, making it seem like a banquet held among the gods. Colorful phoenixes soared above the clouds and danced about. The scene looked incredibly peaceful and prosperous. Splendid. Many lifted their heads and could not help but gasped. The young man is indeed a capable student of Yu House. His music indeed sounds like it's from the heavens. The sound of the song gradually ebbed, but many were still steeped within that mood. Many great figures throughout the 9 states smiled, and Saint Shihua did not hold anything back when singing praises to the young man, saying, "The Yu House is indeed the #1 in the art of song and dance throughout the 9 states. Be it guqin or flutes or anything else, all are known throughout the 9 states. I have experienced it and tell that it is all true today. You're too kind, senior." Yu Luyun behaved in a composed manner. He slowly rose and bowed, returning to the area assigned to Yu House of Qi State shortly after. "I think the song has probably gotten quite a number of girls falling in love with him," the great Zhou sacred king said with a smile. There was something charismatic about performances by musical sorcerers indeed. Yu Luyun was among the best of them, which made his performance even more exceptional and charming. "Do you know that other than the Yu House, there is another one of the younger generations from the 9 states who is incredibly capable in the musical arts, Saint Shihua? His aptitude at the art is, I dare say, comparable to that of the students of Yu House," a voice said. Many turned to look at the one who spoke, and it was none other than Kong Yao of Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State. Many wore peculiar looks on their faces. Participants of Jisheng Cliffs of Yu State had all been eliminated, and it was an incredibly embarrassing matter. As such, none expected Kong Yao to actually speak at the banquet. "And who might that be?" Saint Shihua asked with a smile. Kong Yao's words piqued the interests of many. "One whose aptitude in the musical arts is comparable to that of the students of Yu House. That's probably quite an exaggeration. Have you all heard of the Yukio song?" Kong Yao said. "The Yukio song composed by Donghuang the Great?" Saint Shihua's expression turned solemn. The higher one's plane was, the greater one's respect became for someone at a level like Donghuang the Great from the bottom of their heart, so much so the mention of Donghuang the Great's name required one to behave seriously and solemnly. "Indeed." Kong Yao nodded. "There is one of the young generation among us capable of playing the song left by such a great figure." "Who would that be?" Saint Shihua asked, and many turned to look at Kong Yao. Even the people of Yu House were rather interested. "It is none other than Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State," Kong Yao said. Everyone was stunned for a moment when he finished speaking, before turning their eyes at Yi Futian. Yi Futian sat quietly where he was and felt rather cold inside, hearing Kong Yao's words. Jisheng Cliffs and the Barren State, in general, were enemies. If it had not been for the appearance of Emperor Xia, Jisheng Cliffs would have had Yi Futian killed. With the beef between them having worsened during the 9-state forum, Kong Yao would probably want nothing more than to kill Yi Futian where he sat. As such, it was apparent that Kong Yao had ill intentions mentioning Yi Futian at such a place, wanting to embarrass him in front of the crowd. When Saint Shihua said that Yu House of Qi State was #1 in the musical arts, Kong Yao went on to immediately tell everyone that Yi Futian knew the Yukio song. Yi Futian had played a song during the battle outside the Holy Ji Palace. Kong Yao would have easily found out a lot if he really wanted to dig for information. Furthermore, the Yukio song was not a secret. However, Kong Yao's action of mentioning that at a time and place like this spoke volumes of his ill intentions. Everyone from the other states looked on with curious expressions. Yi Futian was chosen as a leader of a sacred ground of the Barren State when he was still just a noble. The Glass Saint had also said that he broke the Celestial Dragon chess game a short while ago, which naturally meant that he had exceptional skills in chess. Now, Kong Yao came up and told everyone that Yi Futian knew the Yukio song, the song that an emperor composed. Is there anything that this palace lord of Barren State isn't good at? Is it true? Saint Shihua asked with a smile. I had come across the score of the Yukio song by chance in the past, and I have been practicing it since. Yet, I've been unable to understand more than what is on the surface, even now. My skills are currently unfit for a performance. Yi Futian said humbly, the Yukio song is a song of emperors. My plane is low, and I'm still unable to grasp the key parts of the piece. You've played marvelously outside the Holy Ji Palace in the place, Yi Futian, why so humble now? Kang Yao said plainly, everyone is in a mood for a song right now, why not play the Song of Emperors and entertain everyone for a bit? Many from the barren state side went to glare at Kang Yao when he said those words. Unlike Yu Luyun, Yi Futian's current status was a leader of the barren state. Are you really telling Yi Futian to play and entertain everyone, the people of other sacred grounds here, Kang Yao? It would not have mattered if Yi Futian was just one of the younger generations from a sacred ground like Yu Luyun, but his current status was a palace lord, so it was obvious that Kang Yao was deliberately insulting Yi Futian. Many looked at Yi Futian, but none said anything. Yi Futian smiled and said, I dare not show off in front of the seniors of the 9 states, but since you put it that way, I'd be willing to play a song. It would naturally be better if someone could accompany the song with a martial arts performance. Would you be in the mood to perform for us, Senior Kong? There are so many geniuses from the barren state and there are also many from the Holy Ji Palace. As such, I don't see any need for me to perform. Kang Yao then added plainly, given your reluctant attitude about the matter, Palace Lord Yi, would I be wrong to assume that you think no one from the 9 states is worthy enough to hear you play? Kang Yao's words were as sharp as blades, cornering Yi Futian at every turn. Yi Futian looked at Kang Yao and then saw many looking at him. He then smiled and said, well, since there are so many who are in such a mood, I hope my performance is to your liking. He stood up right after he finished and walked to the guqin. Many eyes were on him. Yi Futian sat down quietly, and just like Yu Luyun, the air emanating from him felt different within an instant. He was quiet and tranquil, no longer looking like the exceptionally capable young palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. At the moment, he was simply a musical sorcerer. Yi Futian was handsome and had an exceptional bearing. When his slender 10 fingers began to pluck at the strings, the sound of the guqin penetrated the minds of many, enabling all to enter the scenes illustrated by the song of his music. Many were able to tell right from the second he started playing, that his proficiency at the art was not inferior to Yu Luyun's. The sound of the music was winding, crisp, and pleasant to the ear. The tone was low, and it seemed as if he was telling a story with music. It was an ancient tale. The main characters of the tale were 2 young men who were growing, witnessing the fickleness of human nature and how the strong preyed on the weak, yet they persevered with the initial intentions and grew along the way. Yi Futian's emotions at the moment were infused within the song, which made it felt as if he was telling a story about how he was being treated in the 9-state forum, prompting many to wear peculiar expressions. However, no one interrupted him. The illustrations of the song resonated within the minds of many. It presented the images right before them, enabling them to witness the growth of legendary figures. At the moment, someone was seen walking out, and many turned in that direction. That someone turned out to be Huang Jioge, a student of the Holy Ji Palace. Huang Jioge bowed to Saint Shihua and said, the palace lord claimed that it would be best to have someone accompany the song with a martial arts performance. My name is Huang Jioge, and I'm a young student of the Holy Ji Palace. I would like to perform with the song. You may. Saint Shihua nodded. Huang Jioge walked out and came to stand behind Yi Futian. He turned around to face Jisheng Cliffs and said, before I came to become a student of the Holy Ji Palace, I heard that the son of Jisheng Cliffs, Qin Zhong, had been to the Holy Ji Palace and bested many of the students. I'd like to spar with a student of your sacred ground as a way to accompany the song. Kang Yao frowned. Is the Holy Ji Palace retaliating now? At the moment, the sound of the guqin gradually grew louder and came to sound more penetrative. If there were people to accompany the song with martial arts, things would indeed be more interesting. This is the banquet of the 9-state forum and ill-suited for sparring, Kang Yao said plainly. I've acquired permission from the saint. Given how you're so reluctant to perform as requested, would I be wrong to assume that you deem the people of the 9 states unworthy of witnessing a son of Jisheng Cliffs perform? Huang Jioge said, returning the words of Kong Yao right back at him. Kong Yao glared at Huang Jioge with cold eyes. He had never expected a student his junior would actually dare speak to him like that. Qin Zhong turned his eyes at Huang Jioge. As one of the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs, he saw fit to rise up, seeing how they were being challenged by a student of the Holy Ji Palace. If you're in such a mood, I'd be willing to oblige. Qin Zhong walked out slowly and came to stand somewhere not far away from Yi Futian. He then said, Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs, pleased to make your acquaintance. Huang Jioge of the Holy Ji Palace, pleased to make your acquaintance. Both gestured courteously at each other in a dashing manner, yet there was a formless aura clashing in the space right before them. Chapter 774, Qin Zhong, one of the 9 warriors of the Jisheng Cliffs, had always been known as the most talented fighter amongst the youngest generation. He was the vanquisher of Sage in the Noble Peak realm, the strongest amongst his peers at the cliffs, but had lost at the hands of Yi Futian. Qin Zhong, one of the 9 warriors of the Jisheng Cliffs, had always been known as the most talented fighter amongst the youngest generation. He was the vanquisher of Sage in the Noble Peak realm, the strongest amongst his peers at the cliffs, but had lost at the hands of Yi Futian. Huang Jioge, descendant of the sovereign family, placed second in the law battle of Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian, being the winner, later entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Huang Zhuge and Qin Zhong were individuals with refined temperament, and when they stood face to face an invisible current began to course around them. As if to accentuate the moment's tension, Yi Futian's musical notes gradually became higher and higher. The emperor had started his journey to conquer the world. Massive air spheres began to collide, the ensuing gusts running wildly over Huang Jioge and Qin Zhong until their clothing was tattered and windblown. Qin Zhong immediately perceived a great aura of suppression, and faintly observed that the area was being repressed by a massive shadow. He knew that Huang Jioge was releasing his rule power. Buzz! Inconceivable, brilliant rays of gold flashed down from the skies, pulverizing all other power. With a long, shrill cry, a divine bird appeared. A dragon eagle, its golden torso sparkling and each feather sharp. A forceful cyclone formed, the shadow of the dragon eagle continued to expand, and a golden hurricane manifested between heaven and earth. A countless number of feathers shot out, sailing across the space towards Huang Jioge. It was truly a battle of the sages, those stronger than the nobles, with minds that could kill across sheer space. Boom! An equally shocking wave exploded upon Huang Jioge's body, and illusions of combat began to appear, simulating a battlefield. Knights with war spears upon chariots swept across the field. Spears stretched out and clashed with the feathers of the golden dragon eagle mid-air, creating a terrible storm. The 2 entities poised in the midst of this dreadful battlefield with the music soaring ever higher, piercing the battlefield and reaching the ears of all involved. At this moment, the dignitaries of 9 State felt less like they were at a banquet, and more like they were in the middle of a battlefield filled with spears and horses. Just then Qin Zhong's body began to slowly levitate, the great wings of the dragon eagle spreading. From the firmament came an even more frightful storm. Some dignitaries at the banquet even began to set up defenses to isolate the interference of the battlefield. Many looked up toward Qin Zhong. He appeared brilliantly beautiful at this moment. The dragon eagle glided in the sky, while Qin Zhong stretched out his palms and pointed toward the sky. Sudden deadly streams of gold shot through the air, each one resembling a glittering and arrogant dragon eagle soaring towards Huang Jioge. A Renhuang Bao appeared abruptly in front of Huang Jioge. With the Renhuang Bao in his hand, an immensely powerful spiritual energy locked onto the incoming attacks. Threads of rule power turned into arrows, propelled by the bowstring to pierce through the space with incredible speed. The sound of continuous blasts announced the simultaneous destruction of every dragon eagle illusion headed his way. The glittering arrows even locked onto Qin Zhong, descending upon him. Qin Zhong was surrounded by a moving, destructive storm, the shining golden feathers of the dragon eagle shielding his front. When the arrows contacted the eagle's feathers, there were clear sounds of impact that signaled their intention to punch through. But the great feathers trembled violently and sent streams of destructive golden rays to crush the arrows. As the beautiful feathers fluttered through the space, Qin Zhong's eyes focused on Huang Jioge, and the feathers trembled again. Qin Zhong's body became a shining arc and the golden feathers of the dragon eagle slashed through the sky, sharper than any sword blade. Shrieking, the feathers flew through the expanse like golden lightning, as if to bisect Huang Jioge's body. Almost at the same instant, an impressive shadow appeared behind Huang Jioge resembling the absolute Ren Huang and wielding the Ren Huang sword. It cleaved toward the expanse with piercing lightning as it slashed towards the descending dragon eagle. Boom! A blinding light exploded from where the two entities collided, destructive waves coiling around the surrounding area as the immense dragon eagle was propelled upward toward the firmament by the shock. How strong! The onlookers felt the exhilaration of the collision, and silently applauded. Such strength would indicate the character of an unmatched genius. Within the battlefield, Huang Jioge's body rose gradually into the air, the solemnity radiating from the Ren Huang body enveloping the earth and sky. Dreadful illusions of war instantly appeared, surrounding the area and suppressing the firmament. Suppression rule power, and an exceptionally unusual one at that, many people thought. Huang Jioge was a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer, but he mainly trained in martial arts. This rule of martial will took command of the expanse, turning the space into his own arena. Racing chariots and other martial illusions swept out across the field as Qin Zhong's body became one with the life spirit of the dragon eagle circling above, its gnashing wings turning into a golden storm that immolated the powers that attacked him. Cut and pulverize. Qin Zhong's rule power was equally devastating. After all, he was known to be the most naturally gifted among the 9 warriors of Jisheng Cliffs. Just then, the piercing power of the string music became even greater, as if the battle between the two had no bearing on the contagious power of the music. It made the blood boil, and as if to witness the coming of the emperor, the music endowed rays of holiness upon Huang Jioge. Naturally, everyone could sense that there were no additional powers afoot. It would be impossible for Yi Futian to play tricks in front of the saints. There have always been rumors that the sovereign family of the Baron state was also the descendant of the ancient Ren Huang clan, so this Huang Jioge should be the descendant of the Baron state's sovereign family. This kind of power indeed resembles that of Ren Huang's descendants, commented the cultivator of the Xia clan. Many looked at him with smile. 9 state had even more successors. Xia clan itself was a branch from the Emperor Xia. In the meantime, the Ren Huang body took possession of Huang Jioge. He appeared as the true Ren Huang now, stepping out wielding the Ren Huang sword while the power of his suppression rule crushed the space nearby. At the same time, behind Qin Zhong, all the feathers on the dragon eagle shone brightly, bursting with power as wild winds blew across the expanse. Huang Jioge stepped across the field, the shadow of Ren Huang wielding its sword slashing down towards Qin Zhong. But the dragon eagle behind him flapped and expanded its wings furiously, every feather continually extending and turning into 2 sharp blades that cut through the expanse. An even more powerful collision than the last was now at hand. Ren Huang smashed straight down and the dragon eagle's wings covered the sky. Boom! 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 Again and again the attacks exploded against each other, the destructive power surging up from the earth and towards the sky. In front of the banquet the dignitaries set up an even stronger light screen to guard against the waves of battle. Bam! Another loud blast. The current of destruction remained, but the battle had finally stopped. Everyone turned their gaze to the battlefield and saw that Qin Zhong had been blasted into the ground, the feathers of the dragon eagle scattered and broken while Huang Jioge held the Ren Huang sword aloft, in front of Yi Futian. Even now Yi Futian continued playing as the climax of the piece approached its end, slowly bringing closure to the piece. He controlled the rhythm of the music skillfully, keeping it hidden in the background, and allowing the music to revolve around the cadence of the battle. In this fight, Qin Zhong of Jisheng Cliffs had been defeated. Qin Zhong looked at Huang Jioge, the breath in his body fluttered. He lay defeated by a great suppressive power. No tricks, just an incredibly aggressive offensive. And then he turned to look at Yi Futian. In the past, when he stepped into the Barren State Law Palace, the public opinion of Law Battle platform swept the disciples of the Law Palace, and all thought that the Barren State had no talent. But Yi Futian and Huang Jiuge both defeated him. And then there was Yu Sheng, who, if at the same plane as he, the outcome would be unknown. Cultivators were abundant in the land of the 9 states, but Qin Zhong was defeated by several from the Barren State alone. He thought of his past pride and found it foolish. From now on he needed to reflect upon himself and concentrate on training. Then Yi Futian stood up, bowed slightly to Xihua Saint and said, "I beg your indulgence." Yi Futian turned and walked towards his seat, followed by Huang Jiuge. Nothing more was said, and nothing more needed to be said. Kang Yao had wanted to make a fuss at the banquet, this battle had been enough of a response to him. In the direction of Jisheng Cliffs, Kang Yao's countenance was extremely foul. This time at the 9 States Forum, not only were all the disciples of Jisheng Cliffs eliminated, but Qin Zhong had been defeated again by the Barren State at the banquet. All the geniuses at Jisheng Cliffs were crushed by disciples of the Barren State. This was an unimaginable humiliation. Spectacular, Xihua Saint lauded approvingly. Indeed, spectacular, nodded the Glass Saint, smiling. Both the martial arts and the music. Everyone nodded in agreement. In this battle there was one more person from the Barren State who had demonstrated his strength, and even in such a battle, the brilliance of the music could not be overshadowed. Praise given towards the music was therefore considerable. Many watched Yi Futian as he sat down, while Huang Jiuge quietly sat behind him, and the thought from before had started to manifest again. Yu Sheng, Su Ke, and many other extraordinary individuals were incredibly distinguished, but the leader of the younger generation of the Barren State was Yi Futian. These people all gathered together around him. No one, young or old, would dissent. The same praise was heaped upon Huang Jiuge, who had truly fought the battle for Yi Futian to spite Kang Yao. So many excellent figures had gathered around that handsome youth. Just exactly what was his attraction? Or just how mighty was Yi Futian's talent? I'm so curious about the strength of this young Lord Yi. Great Zhou's sacred king laughed. The curiosity was not merely from him, but many others at the banquet. In chess, he could crack the divine dragon board. In music, he could play the emperor's ukiyo with unparalleled excellence. In martial arts, he had defeated Qi Zhong, had surpassed all his peers in the Barren State, and had been elected as palace lord by many top sages as the leader of the Barren State. Such a figure would indeed ignite the curiosity of many, especially after Yu Sheng, Huang Jiuge, and all of the others had already showcased their excellence. Chapter 775, Yi Futian glanced at the great Zhou's sacred king, whose eyes sparkled with mirth despite the imperial authority that radiated from him. Amongst all the saints, he seemed the hardest to approach. He was the king of the sacred dynasty and ruled an empire, his authority was undisputed, and a word from him could determine the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. Yi Futian glanced at the great Zhou's sacred king, whose eyes sparkled with mirth despite the imperial authority that radiated from him. Amongst all the saints, he seemed the hardest to approach. He was the king of the sacred dynasty and ruled an empire, his authority was undisputed, and a word from him could determine the lives and deaths of hundreds of thousands of people. I am young, my cultivation is unrefined, and I have not belonged to the sages for long. I dare not speak of my strength in the presence of such illustrious company, said Yi Futian with humility. Great Zhou's sacred king looked at him, and he could see that this young lord was not as modest as he appeared but was quite the opposite. Judging from the later performance of Yu Sheng and the others, Yi Futian was extremely confident and proud. Yi Futian had stated that if Yu Sheng could not enter the top 10, he would bequeath a divine implement to Xihua Sacred Mountain. Great Zhou's sacred king had not quite understood the offer, but now realized that this offer was a demonstration of Yi Futian's extreme confidence. He had thought that Yu Sheng, a disciple of the Law Palace, was certain to be among the top 10. But the Great Zhou's sacred king was also a confident and proud individual since his youth. He could feel that he and Yi Futian were two of a kind. However, he was still young, a fledgling. "You ought to know that what I meant wasn't just about the plane," said the Great Zhou's sacred king with a laugh, looking at Yi Futian. "Modesty in excess is hypocrisy." Many of the others looked at the Great Zhou's sacred king and saw a nonchalant smile on his face. A slight shock flickered in Yi Futian's eyes, but he quickly smiled and nodded. "Rightly so, sacred king," he replied. Behind the Great Zhou's sacred king, Zhou Zi watched Yi Futian coolly. She felt that Yi Futian was being insincere, only pretending to be humble and polite. And now that he had been admonished, the man was speechless. The barren state has no saints and is ranked last among the 9 states. Because talented individuals are few and far in between, this explosive confluence of the barren state's youngest generation is particularly interesting, said another strong cultivator. Many agreed, understanding the reasoning. The contrast of their previous slight and the current rise of barren state astonished everyone. Look at the Battle of the 100 at the 9-state forum. 7 are from the barren state, the most out of all the holy lands. How many of the 7 will make it to the top 10? Another piped up. If they make it to the top 10, perhaps the venerated saint will need to prepare another divine implement, someone joked. Saint Shihua idly regarded Yi Futian, and then smiled. "Drink everyone, as you please." The banquet continued, and the mood was festive, but people from the 9-state Holy Land had thoughts of their own. At this moment, everyone anticipated that their own Holy Land would rank high in the Battle of the 100 at the 9-state forum. Yi Futian and the others were still minding themselves. The cultivators from the barren state seemed a bit dull, as if they did not truly belong. They understood that the lack of saints in the barren state was an original sin, which justified the superiority of all other holy lands of the 9 states above them. But for the many cultivators who came from the barren state, to be able to have a seat here and witness Yi Futian had caused the geniuses of the younger generation from the barren state to shine on the stage of the 9-state forum. It was vindication itself. Perhaps now the barren state only needed a little more time. As the relaxed atmosphere was maintained within the banquet, many people started to mingle and drink. Yi Futian stayed where he was, but a group headed towards him, led by none other than Lu Zong, who raised a goblet in front of him and smiled. To Lord Yi, he toasted. Yi Futian smiled and raised his cup, and the two drank together. Behind Lu Zong was the disciple of the chess saint, Yang Shao, who laughingly said, "Lord Yi led the disciples of the barren state to excel at the 9-state forum. Congratulations." "Overstated, elder," said Yi Futian, spying Jiu Gongzi behind the crowd as he continued, "Jiu Gongzi, we meet again." Jiu Gongzi shrugged. He liked Yi Futian, who was generally easygoing and free-spirited but most dedicated while cultivating. He observed that quality when Yi Futian had first started with chess, but unfortunately the master chose Lu Zong as his apprentice instead. "Clan leader Yi, perhaps you will consider my suggestion at Chess Saint Villa," Lu Zong said with a grin. "I have considered it," replied Yi Futian. "Good." Lu Zong raised his cup in acknowledgement before turning to leave. Just then another man arrived, arrayed in elaborate gold with phoenixes magnificently embroidered upon his clothing. He walked beside Yi Futian and said, "Zhou Ye of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Perhaps there will be an opportunity to be advised by Lord Ye's talent." Many people watched attentively. Lu Zong and Zhou Ye were both from the Sage Plain. One was even valued by the 3 saints of Shihua Sacred Mountain, and very likely to be named as a saint in the future. Zhou Ye, also prestigious, was rumored to possibly be the heir of the Great Zhou Sacred King of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. And both approached Yi Futian inquisitively, apparently quite curious about him. Not only them, but many other notable noble geniuses at the 9-state forum were in attendance, with a significant number of them hailing from other holy lands. They were extremely fascinated by geniuses from other holy lands, especially those who had missed the original 9-state forum. After the banquet ended, everyone from the 9 states dissipated. Yi Futian and the others returned to their lodging in Futian City. Futian City was now a picture of prosperity, with everyone discussing the strongest 100 in the impending and explosive Battle of the 100. Some gambling dens even started odds for the top 10, with the most intense interest landing on who would be the first of the 9-state forum. Those who were in attendance of the 9-state forum wondered who would stand on the summit of the 9-state forum. Hua Yunshu of Shihua Sacred Mountain. The genius, Zhou Yu of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Or even that unparalleled figure from the Xia clan. Of course, the Qi clan, Vajra region, Hall of Holy Light, Yu clan, and every other principality would have at least one powerful figure, and these figures would all be possible candidates at the summit. Until the final battle, all there was to do was guess, and everyone had their own opinion. Aside from that, there was one other who was mentioned frequently, and that was Yu Sheng of the Holy Ji Palace from the Barren State. Yu Sheng plowed through his opponents in every battle even though he was from the Barren State, but until today, no one could truly fathom the depth of his strength. Could it really be as Yi Futian had hoped, that he would step into the top 10? 9 states had nearly 30 holy lands competing for the top 10, its power was unimaginable. No one could claim absolute confidence in Yu Sheng, even if his performance was extremely solid. No one could dare to declare his place among the top 10, they could only say that such a possibility existed. For many people and their expectations, 3 days was an indeterminably long time. Inside their palace, Yi Futian's Barren State congregation were all present and ready to depart. Looking up at the sky, Yi Futian focused his attention to those in front of him. He surveyed Yu Sheng and the rest, then smiled. Do you have the confidence? The battle of the 100 that followed would only be the strong versus the strong, there would be no more weak links, so any battle fought would be hard won. Out of the 7, how many would last until the end? Even Yi Futian himself could not be sure. He knew that when he stepped out of the sage hall there would be no weaklings amongst them. The 100 strongest were from all holy lands in the 9 states and would be equal to them in strength. It would be a matter of who was the strongest. Just wait and see. Su Ke seemed distracted. Confidence was not something of great practicality. Naturally, the competitors all felt themselves to be the strongest, but that did not mean the others were weak. Yi Futian glared at him, the lily-livered jellyfish. 7th brother, do not weaken the reputation of our cottage, Yi Futian said to Yi Shaoshi with a smile. Fatty puckered as he spoke, Yu Sheng is only half a disciple of the cottage. So long as Yu Sheng was in the front, he did not feel overly pressured. Yu Sheng. Yi Futian looked at the massive frame standing before him and laughed. People from the 9 states are all prideful, prizing their own holy land geniuses. Let us give them a surprise. Naturally, Yu Sheng wasn't concerned, but he wished the others could advance as well. No matter what happens at the 9-state forum this time, we of the Barren States will not fall weaker than any other state. That is enough, said Sage Wanxiang. His goal was simple, the Barren State had been slighted by the 9 states, and his only wish was that the Barren State wouldn't lose to its competitors. The rest needed time, proceeding forwards would not simply be a matter of days. Of course not. Yi Futian said, very well, it's time. Let's go. Everyone nodded and proceeded to depart, in quite a formation, towards the direction of Shihua Sacred Mountain. Many gathered at the foot of Shihua Sacred Mountain, moving upward along the stairs. This day, all of Futian City was exuberant thanks to the gathering of the cultivators. 9-state forum, the final battle of the 100, was finally about to begin. When Yi Futian and the others arrived many were already present, and cultivators from the 9 states gradually began to enter. Still at the seat he occupied the previous day, Yi Futian could hear discussions behind him about today's Battle of the 100. Delegates from the Barren State have arrived. I heard that 3 days ago, Saint Shihua hosted a banquet where Lord Yi Futian performed an imperial ode, and Huang Jioga, disciple of the Law Palace, challenged and defeated Qin Zhong of the Jisheng Cliffs. I heard. Jisheng Cliffs was disgraced this time. This young generation of the barren state is indeed excellent. If Yusheng can take one of the top 10, that would be an ideal result. Exactly. If he can enter the top 10, Saint Shihua even agreed to apologize. But even though Yusheng is magnificent, entering the top 10 is still a tough proposition. Perhaps he has some hidden strength that we have not yet seen. The crowd continued to speculate, and while many voices entered Yi Futian's ears, he only smiled indifferently. Yusheng, top 10. After this battle, everyone from the 9th state would forever remember Yusheng's name. In the opposite direction, Saint Shihua arrived with the cultivators of the Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Xia State Holy Land. Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, Glass Saint, and Sky Saint arrived from the expanse, and landed in the east, inciting great excitement amongst the people. The peak battle of the 9th State Forum was about to begin. Chapter 776. After waiting for some time, the sun hung in the east and shone on the battle arena. Saint Shihua, the great Zhou's sacred king, the Sky Saint, the Glass Saint, and the other saints sat high up, looking at the crowd. At that moment, the elder hosting the 9th State Forum stood at the east edge of the battle arena and announced, "The top 100 from the 9th State Forum, enter the arena." As his voice landed, the top 100 cultivators from the 9 States Forum stepped forward onto the battle arena. Beside Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu looked at him and stood up. After waiting for some time, the sun hung in the east and shone on the battle arena. Saint Shihua, the great Zhou's sacred king, the Sky Saint, the Glass Saint, and the other saints sat high up, looking at the crowd. At that moment, the elder hosting the 9th State Forum stood at the east edge of the battle arena and announced, "The top 100 from the 9th State Forum, enter the arena." As his voice landed, the top 100 cultivators from the 9 States Forum stepped forward onto the battle arena. Beside Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu looked at him and stood up. "Don't feel pressured, the ranking is unimportant," Yi Futian smiled and reminded her. "Okay." Hua Jieyu nodded softly and replied, then turned around and walked off. Although Yi Futian had claimed that the ranking was not important, she knew that it was definitely important. If the Barren State's disciples did not obtain a good ranking, the already ostracized Barren State would be even more underestimated by others and be unable to gain respect. As such, the 4 of them would do their best to obtain a good ranking in the battle. Yi Futian looked at their figures and felt a sense of pensiveness. He had a bitter smile as he shook his head. What were these fellows thinking? The 9 States top 100 stood on the enormous battle arena. At that moment, the battle arena appeared extremely spacious. Immediately, the viewing gallery fell silent. Everyone looked towards the battle arena, anticipating the start of the final battle. In the 9 State Forum Top 100 battle, the rules are simple. Challenge someone, the victor stays, the loser is eliminated. There is no order. Anyone who wishes to challenge, step forward and point at the person you wish to challenge. If you win, you will enter the top 50, the elder announced the rules of the final battle. They were simple. There was no lot drawing among the top 100, as it would cause some of the strongest cultivators to battle prematurely. For example, what if the 2 strongest people in the 9 State Forum were made to battle because of the lots they drew? Under this type of unrestrained challenge rules, if the strongest 2 people willingly fought each other, they would accept the unavoidable. Generally, this kind of scenario would not happen. These people would try their best to avoid those who were too strong and leave their toughest opponents last. Of course, this was unfair too. There were people who would be targeted by the strongest elites. However, since this was a battle, there could not be absolute fairness. Nobody would care about fairness anyways. The world only looked at the results. In the battle of the top 100, winning one battle would allow someone to enter the top 50. Begin, the elder announced. As his voice landed, a solemn atmosphere shrouded the battle arena. The 9 State Forum's most elite confrontation had begun. An invisible wind blew on the forum's battle arena. When the elder announced the start, nobody stepped forward and it was exceptionally silent. According to the rules, it was time to challenge the weakest. However, among those who managed to enter the top 100, there were no weaklings. Apart from some of the most elite, it was not easy for them to determine who was strong or weak, so it was not easy to pick an opponent. At that moment, a figure stepped forward. The person was from the eastern state's great Zhou sacred dynasty, and he had an arrogant look in his eyes. The robe with golden phoenix patterns embroidered on it swayed in the wind. The mark of the great Zhou sacred dynasty was also embroidered on his robe. Zhou Yu. Countless gazes froze as the people in the viewing gallery looked at the figure that had walked out. Zhou Yu was the strongest cultivator from the great Zhou sacred dynasty in this 9 State Forum. He had an extremely high position in the sovereign family's younger generation. In the past 3 days, it was established that he was a figure who had the ability to enter the top 10, and there were even people who wondered if Zhou Yu could be crowned as the winner of the 9 State Forum. One could imagine how strong Zhou Yu was. The Eastern State was the host of this time's 9 State Forum, and more attention would be placed on the Xihua Sacred Mountain and Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty's younger generation, so there would be certain bias towards the guessing of the rankings. Even so, if Zhou Yu was not strong enough, there would not even be such a conjecture. His opponent is really unlucky, many people thought to themselves. Even in the battle arena, many people were nervous. It was hard to be confident when facing Zhou Yu. If they were challenged, the likelihood of being eliminated was too high. They could only hope that Zhou Yu would not challenge them. Of course, there were also a few people who were extremely confident in their abilities and did not mind. To them, the first battle was merely a course of events. Zhou Yu's gaze looked around the crowd and finally stopped in one direction. Everyone immediately turned towards his gaze, and the 7 people there stood out. Each of them had their own place in the barren state's direction. Since your life spirit is also a phoenix, I'll challenge you, Zhou Yu said. Evidently, he was saying that to Phoenix. Many people did not expect that the first person that Zhou Yu challenged would be a girl. She was the barren state's Holy Ji Palace's disciple, Phoenix. The other people from the barren state all looked at Zhou Yu. Could it be that the people from the barren state stood out? Why did they always like to target the people from the barren state? Yi Futian also had a perplexed expression. Could it be that the great Zhou sacred dynasty disliked him? First Zhou Zi, now it seemed like the great Zhou sacred king had something against him. Now, the strongest person from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, Zhou Yu, was the first one to step out, and the person he was challenging was from the barren state. Phoenix was likely in danger. However, this was uncontrollable and unavoidable. Phoenix appeared very calm. She stepped forward and stood opposite Zhou Yu. The great Zhou sacred dynasty's Zhou Yu. The Holy Ji Palace's Phoenix. As they finished, flames lit up around both their bodies. The flames around Zhou Yu's body were golden phoenix flames and were extremely overbearing. The flames around Phoenix's body were milder, but also had a terrifying aura and had a faint inextinguishable feeling. Their flames clashed in the air, making 2 giant phoenix shadows appear in the skies. The golden phoenix flames on Zhou Yu's body seemed capable of incinerating all forces in existence and started to devour Phoenix's flames, converting it into his own flames. This caused the golden phoenix shadow to become even larger and suppress Phoenix's flames. The huge phoenix flapped its wings and they turned into golden phoenix blades, slashing down towards Phoenix. A giant crimson sycamore tree appeared behind Phoenix amidst the crashing sounds of the blades. The ancient sycamore's leaves spread rapidly towards the slashing blades in the air and were continually sliced apart. The flames raged on but were eventually smothered, unable to escape the grasp of the sycamore. Zhou Yu's body turned into a flash of golden lightning and reached unbelievable speeds. He tore through the air and descended, his palms stretched out. In an instant, the surrounding phoenix flames seemed to have been siphoned by him. He then fired it from his palm towards the area where Phoenix was. Feeling the terrifying destructive power, the sycamore engulfed the surrounding area and Phoenix hid within it. At the same time, countless vines rushed towards Zhou Yu. "Cut," Zhou Yu said in a cold voice. The golden phoenix slashed down and severed all the vines. At the same time, the energy fired from his hand turned into a seething flame dimension, gradually melting the giant sycamore. The sycamore also turned golden as a decaying aura appeared around it. Zhou Yu raised his hand and stepped forward, the phoenix shadow flying into the air and diving down. With a slash, the sycamore rapidly exploded and turned into countless golden wisps. The destructive figure rushed into it with overbearing force. Phoenix's figure appeared within his sights, and the sycamore's vines continued to rush towards the opponent's body. A golden light flashed across Zhou Yu's eyes as he maintained his dive downwards. Thud! The golden phoenix figure tore through the air towards Phoenix. Phoenix did not dodge, and the phoenix figure shot right through her. Phoenix spat out a mouthful of blood and her expression was pale, but the sycamore entangled Zhou Yu at the same time. Zhou Yu frowned. Phoenix did not dodge intentionally. "Are you courting death?" Zhou Yu looked at the beautiful lady in front of him and asked without much tenderness. The golden light glowed as it promptly destroyed the sycamore on his body. He waved his palm again and the golden phoenix continued to rush into Phoenix's body, causing her to glide backward, blood spewing from her mouth. Zhou Yu wanted to continue attacking, but at that moment, he frowned. There was a wisp of undying flame burning within his body and causing havoc in his bloodstream. A strong force flowed within his blood, attempting to remove it. However, he felt the resilience of the flame. Every wisp appeared to be like a tiny phoenix, nibbling away at his body slowly, causing him to reveal a pained expression. Undying flames. Zhou Yu's expression was grim as he raised his head and looked at Phoenix. He saw her wiping away the blood from her mouth, looking at him. She said, "I concede." After saying that, she dragged her injured body back to the barren state seats. "Are you all right?" Yi Futian looked at Phoenix with worry. Why was this woman going so far? "I'm fine," Phoenix replied, ate a pill, and sat down cross-legged. When Yi Futian saw this, he was slightly relieved. Phoenix's self-regeneration ability was very strong, so he would not have to worry. However, she was really obstinate, injuring Zhou Yu at the expense of getting injured. At that moment, Zhou Yu had also returned to his position but was also sitting on the ground. He bathed in golden flames, evidently still trying to neutralize the force in his body and was suffering. In the first battle, the great Zhou sacred dynasty's Zhou Yu had won. The barren state finally had one more person eliminated. However, this battle also gave people a deep impression of Phoenix. She had injured Zhou Yu and made him pay the price even though she was eliminated. The barren state's participants were really resilient. Now, there were only 6 barren state disciples left. The crowd had not collected their thoughts before another person walked out, causing them to all stare. The person who had stepped out was the barren state Su Quebec. "It is rude to not reciprocate, I'll challenge you then." Su Kei's finger pointed in the eastern state's direction as he spoke. He had pointed at a person beside Zhou Yu, a descendant of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Chapter 777, The eyes of everyone at the grandstands fell onto Su Kei as soon as he finished. The eyes of everyone at the grandstands fell onto Su Kei as soon as he finished. Su Kei challenged Zhou Yan of the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Zhou Yu had defeated Phoenix of the barren state in the previous battle. Su Kei had, of course, set his sights at the great Zhou sacred dynasty because of that battle. However, Zhou Yan was not weak. Or rather, he could have been said to be very powerful. It was anyone's guess if Su Ke, who specialized in killing powers and the rules of darkness, was capable of beating Zhou Yan. At the same time, Zhou Yan's eyes fell onto Su Ke as well. He walked, and his robe with golden phoenix designs on it billowed, making him look incredibly dashing. The Baron State had 7 ranked among the top 100 while there were only 4 from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The 2 previous battles were fought between the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty and the Baron State. They were already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers at the moment, so it was not an option for Zhou Yan to lose to someone from the Baron State. The Sky Saint looked at the Sacred King on the grandstands at the Eastern State's corner. He smiled and said, "Who do you think will win this battle, Sacred King?" The Sacred King glanced the two at the forum stage with a cold expression, exuding the might of a ruler, then said calmly, "Zhou Yan, of course." "Is that so?" The Sky Saint smiled and added, "You're indeed confident, Sacred King." While there were none of the Sky Saint's students participating in the event, he remained interested nonetheless. Zhou Yu was the most powerful of the students from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty participating in the 9-state forum. He had challenged Phoenix of the Baron State right from the first battle. However, Zhou Yu had definitely not anticipated that the Baron State was so forceful, challenging someone from the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty in the very next battle. As such, it felt as if the previous battles had become a showdown between the students of the 2 major forces, the Baron State and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. It would have been fine if the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty was able to win. If they were to lose, however, it would have reflected badly on the Sacred King. Zhou Yu naturally had formidable powers, but then again, Su Ke was not the most powerful one from the Baron State. Yu Xing still had not fought yet. If the showdown were to continue, it was anyone's guess how it would end up. The Sky Saint smiled at the thought, becoming rather intrigued by the battles between the younger generations, which seemed to be getting rather amusing. The Sacred King was not the only one interested in the upcoming battle. Every great figure sitting at the grandstands was just as interested, looking forward to seeing those two fight. First the Jisheng Cliffs and now the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The students of the Baron State sure are tough. Su Ke, of the Holy Ji Palace. A lazy voice was heard. Su Ke stood around nonchalantly, seeming to pose no threat to anyone. However, his previous battle had left a deep impression on those who saw it. As one capable of lurking in the shadow, disposing of his targets in silence, he might not have been the strongest, but when it came to a life-and-death battle, he would definitely was among the deadliest. Zhou Yan. A cold yet forceful voice was heard from the man himself. Golden phoenix shadows appeared brilliantly just like with Zhou Yu. He was basking in the light of golden flames. As a descendant of the royalty of the Sacred Dynasty, his awakened blood of the Golden Phoenix and his natural talents made him a terrifying figure. The golden flames swept through their surroundings. The aura bursting from Zhou Yan's body seemed capable of burning everything down. A cry of the phoenix was heard, and a shadow of the golden phoenix launched at Su Ke at blinding speed, as if to drown Su Ke right there and then with its golden flames. Boom! An extremely ferocious aura descended in an instant and took up a corner. The phoenix came down with intimidating force. However, a grey afterimage was seen, and Su Ke's body disappeared right from where he stood. The eyes of the spectators followed where the afterimage went. Streaks of grey currents filled the forum stage. Su Ke's silhouette seemed to have been extended, making it seem like he was everywhere. Grey auras flowed within that space, coiling around Zhou Yan. That place gradually turned dark, as if the entire place would meld into the shadows. Power of rules of darkness. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the battlefield, trying to discern what was happening. While the rules of light and darkness had no inherent offensive capacities, they nonetheless remained one of the most terrifying rules to be found. It was especially so for those capable of manipulating such rules perfectly, enabling them to bring the power of said rules to the extreme. At the moment, Su Ke seemed to have immersed himself within that dark space. There was not a tinge of his aura to be found. Many sage-level figures who were not of very high training were not even able to tell where he had hidden. Zhou Yan was caught in the darkness. He continued to bask in boundless golden light. The phoenix's shadow grew increasingly large, shining light in that place, attempting to penetrate the darkness. However, the dazzling bright light of the phoenix was devoured right as it touched the darkness. The light dissipated into the darkness. The light of golden flames did not originate from the power of rules, and as such, it was only natural that it was incapable of penetrating the rules of darkness. The cry of the phoenix grew even louder, and with a violent flap of its golden fiery wings, Zhou Yan gradually took to the air. Beams of golden light seemed to burst from his body, shooting at the dark space around him. The expression of the spectators changed as they saw the beams penetrate into the darkness. The attack had apparently seeped into the dark space, attempting to kill Su Ke, who was lurking within. Boom! A huge dark current lashed out at Zhou Yan like a dark shadow, exuding terrifying killing aura. Zhou Yan turned around and the wings of his phoenix vibrated and flapped forward. Wisps of golden fire feathers imbued with immense devastating power burst forth, penetrating the dark current heading for him. The dark current exploded. Slivers of killing aura extended from within, but Su Ke was nowhere to be found. At the same time, in the surrounding dark spaces, an intense sense of danger emanated and slivers of killing aura wandered in the darkness, coalescing into a killing storm. Zhou Yan took a look at the space around him that grew increasingly dark. He frowned as the dark currently seemed intent on drowning him. If he was further caught in the darkness, his defeat would be inevitable. The brilliant wings flapped harder and faster. A hurricane whipped up, and golden lightning burst. A golden phoenix appeared on the battlefield and headed straight for the darkness. Terrifying golden flames burned the darkness, intending to burst out of it. Zhou Yan's eyes seemed to have failed him at the very moment he burst into the darkness. There was nothing but pitch-black darkness before him, and not even his spiritual will was able to pierce through it. Being able to only sense his immediate surroundings, his only choice was to go forward. An intense sense of danger loomed as thousands of killing aura descended upon him. The phoenix's wings flapped. Intense golden light burst from it, clashing with the incoming killing aura. Yet, at that very moment, the hairs on Zhou Yan's body all stood up, and he felt a bone-chilling cold. It was an intuition like no other. An incredibly cold sword fell above him in the dark. Zhou Yan seemed to have been clad in phoenix armor, yet the sword was still able to burst with the most powerful killing intent without making a sound. All the killing aura within the darkness seemed to coalesce into a single sword, which burst through the armor and shattered it. Zhou Yan felt himself freezing to the bone as he sensed the killing aura seeping into his body. I yield. Zhou Yan's reaction was incredibly fast, and he was able to yell in time. Regardless, if Su Ke dared continue his course, Zhou Yan dared not make the gamble. The dark current dissipated right as soon Zhou Yan's voice was heard. He fell from the sky and dropped to the ground in an unceremonious manner. He was clouded in a layer of dark aura, losing all the brilliance about him from before. Cough. Zhou Yan spat up black blood with a slight cough. He lifted his head and stared at the silhouette that just made it to the ground. Su Ke returned to looking lazy and nonchalant, making it appear as if he did not care about what just happened. While Zhou Yan is powerful, but he was completely overwhelmed in this battle. He was unable to bring his powers to bear at all. Many who watched the battle were trembling. So this is the rules of darkness, and it seems that Su Ke has developed matured use of it. The Sky Saint smiled as he glanced at the Sacred King at the grandstands. At the moment, the Sacred King was staring at the battlefield as well. His eyes were on Su Quebec. A descendant of the great Zhou sacred dynasty's royalty was defeated in that battle. Worse still, it was a crushing defeat. While Zhou Yu had indeed been able to overwhelm Phoenix, he had been injured by her nonetheless. On the other hand, Zhou Yan was unable to even touch Su Quebec. Furthermore, Zhou Yu had been the most powerful of the ones from the great Zhou sacred dynasty participating in the event. When compared in this the sacred dynasty looked rather awkward. Su Ke returned to his corner at the barren state after the elder announced the outcome. He lifted his head and took a look at Phoenix, who was near Yi Futian at the grandstands. He smirked, looking rather pleased with himself. Phoenix looked at him and smiled while covering her mouth. "Show off," Yi Futian chuckled and said. Regardless, Su Ke had been able to avenge Phoenix in that battle. Continue. The elder's voice was heard, and another figure was seen walking out. Many looked on with amused expression. The one who walked out was also from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. His eyes were still on the remaining 6 from the barren state. This. Many looked at the scene puzzled. Both sides already seemed to be at each other's throats while the battle for the top 100 just began. None seemed to yield to each other in terms of show of force. But then again, it was very normal. The 9-state forum had always been a battlefield fought between sacred grounds. It was inevitable to have sacred grounds go tit for tat with each other. All from sacred grounds were proud people, after all. "I challenge Hua Jieyu of the barren state." A voice was heard. This time, the one from the great Zhou sacred dynasty challenged the wife of the palace lord of the holy Ji palace of the barren state. Hua Jieyu walked out calmly. The other 5 glanced at her would-be opponent coldly. Their eyes were a clear indication that the battle was still being fought between the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the barren state. Furthermore, if Yu Sheng were to battle in the next round, the sacred dynasty's defeat was almost inevitable. As such, it was imperative for the great Zhou sacred dynasty to win that battle. It would have been 3 losses out of 4 battles for them, completely overwhelmed by the barren state. Worse still, if the outcome were to be such, there would be only one from the great Zhou sacred dynasty left in the top 50, Zhou Yu. On the other hand, there would be at least 3 from the barren state remaining in the top 50. Chapter 778. On the forum stage, Zhou Luoyun's eyes were on Hua Jieyu. On the forum stage, Zhou Luoyun's eyes were on Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu had defeated Zhou Zi, a member of the sacred dynasty's royalty, right in the very first battle she fought. She was a cultivator with very powerful psychic powers, capable of attacking spiritual will powers of others. Someone like that would be incredibly troublesome, not to mention, dangerous. But at the moment, people from both the great Zhou sacred dynasty and the barren state were at each other's throats. There had been 1 win and 1 loss in the 2 previous battles. Even Zhou Yu, the most powerful among the sacred dynasty's remaining participants, had fought and sustained damage, making it seem like they were being overpowered by the barren state. As such, Zhou Luoyun, as one of the 2 remaining participants from the sacred dynasty, had to come out to fight someone from the barren state. The best course of action was, of course, to defeat Yu Sheng. However, he apparently was not confident enough to beat Yu Sheng, whose true power was still unknown. As such, he picked the girl who had exceptionally stunning looks instead, the girl who also happened to be the wife of the leader of the barren state, Yi Futian. As for Yu Sheng, Zhou Yu would be there to take care of him. After you. Zhou Luoyun exuded faint air of royalty. He deemed it necessary to keep his bearing, as he was challenging an exceptionally beautiful woman. Hua Jieyu looked at her opponent calmly and did not bother with pleasantries. She let her life spirit burst right away. A crown hovered above her head and a sliver of powerful spiritual will power covered the entire place. In that very instant, Zhou Luoyun was able to feel incredibly powerful telekinetic power invading his spiritual will. The feeling was very unpleasant. There was simply no one who would have felt fine having their spiritual will invaded by others. The power of rules all over him burst in an instant. His spiritual will seemed to have taken the form of a golden phoenix, shining with brilliance like no other. His spiritual will's defense had turned incredibly powerful, stopping the invading powers from going further into his head. If you're thinking psychic powers will be enough to take me out, I'm afraid you're clearly mistaken, Zhou Luoyun said. Hua Jieyu's deep, dark eyes turned exceptionally demonic, as if tainted with mystical colors. Her hair billowed without a wind blowing about, flapping wildly in the air. A formless aura coursed about in a frenzy in their surroundings, flowing from all directions at Zhou Luoyun. Zhou Luoyun frowned as he sensed her psychic powers had grown far more potent all of a sudden, and her powers were everywhere. The phoenix that manifested from his spiritual will seemed to have been isolated, fully exposed to any incoming attacks. That felt very different from what Zhou Zi had experienced before. Boom! The wings of the phoenix burst and terrifying flowing golden lights coursed in their surroundings. Zhou Luoyun stepped out and charged at Hua Jieyu all of a sudden, like a bolt of lightning. He deemed it necessary to not just sit around and let his will keep being invaded, as it would be imminent that he lose the round. The telekinetic powers around them seemed to have been imbued with elemental offensive powers at the very moment he accelerated. Slivers of lightning flashed about, blocking out the sky around him. He felt his spiritual will getting numbed, as if the telekinetic attack had been imbued with elemental powers, which, worse still, seemed to be growing increasingly strong. That powerful spiritual will protection in the form of a golden phoenix seemed to be caught in a terrifying storm of will of lightning. How is it that her telekinetic powers are growing so strong all of a sudden? Many sitting at the grandstands questioned. They were able to tell the change taking place clearly even though they had not been subjected to such attacks themselves. As such, the effect was even more apparent on Zhou Luoyun, who was caught in the middle of the storm. Lightning thought, descend. A voice was heard from Hua Jieyu. Her hair danced around wildly as a flamboyant beauty was seen in her at the moment. Her body, which was seen hovering the midair at the moment, made her look like a goddess. Boundless lightning thought flashed about with her at the center of it all. Boom! At that very moment, Zhou Luoyun's body, which had taken the form of a golden phoenix, halted all of a sudden as his mind went blank. It was like he had been struck by lightning. His thoughts seemed to have stopped, his body and his soul all seemed to be trembling at the moment, having sustained a terrifying blow. The eyes of the sacred king froze. He stared at the forum stage, knowing clearly what happened on the battlefield due to his plane level. A divine spiritual sorcerer's attacks are special indeed. It was said that a divine spiritual sorcerer at their pinnacle would be an ultimate sorcerer and a nightmare for any cultivator who had to fight them. However, there was no divine spiritual sorcerer at the saint plane to be found among the 72 saints ranked on the sage and saint rankings in all of the 9 states. As such, most were utterly unfamiliar with divine spiritual sorcerers, knowing little about the powers they wielded. That day was a day where many came to know what divine spiritual sorcerers were like. One strike was all it took to rob Zhou Luoyun of his combat capacity. If Hua Jieyu had pressed on with her attacks, Zhou Luoyun's spiritual will would have crumbled and he would have died soon after. At that moment, Hua Jieyu's aura returned to her usual calm state. The frightening telekinetic powers in the air around them dissipated, as if nothing had happened in the first place. Zhou Luoyun stood in a dumbfounded manner. He lifted his head and looked at the incredibly beautiful silhouette in the air, feeling rather dazed about what happened. I was overwhelmed in one go. How could this have happened? It was not only he who had not anticipated any of that. None on the grandstands would have predicted such an outcome as well. Zhou Luoyun did not even get a chance to strike. The battle ended more cleanly than the previous battle between Su Ke and Zhou Yan, and crueler as well. A proud son of the great Zhou sacred dynasty lost without even knowing why. The eyes of all the others on the forum stage were on Hua Jieyu. The crushing and quick victory seemed to be a statement saying that Yu Sheng was not the only powerful one from the barren state. Hua Jieyu wins. A voice was heard. The elder at the edge of the forum stage announced the outcome. Everyone had only just come to their senses. Such power, many at the grandstand said. Hua Jieyu turned around and walked towards the corner where the people from the barren state were seated. The Sky Saint looked at her and said, "The students of the great Zhou sacred dynasty seem to have gotten themselves in trouble, oh, sacred king." He teased the sacred king in an amusing manner. None had anticipated the ones from the barren state to be so powerful and forceful before the battles began. A divine spiritual sorcerer. Not bad indeed, the sacred king said. His tone seemed to be calm. Indeed. I wonder who her teacher is, the glass saint added. Women who had both exceptional looks and talents, with powers at such levels, were but a handful in the barren state. She took a look at Goddess Qingni beside her and said, "I'm sure you can already tell, that this girl's talents are not below that of yours, Qingni. You'll need to train harder from here on out." Understood. Goddess Qingni nodded. Hua Jieyu returned to her people and did not forget to take a look at Yi Futian, showing a proud smile. Many at the grandstands behind Yi Futian felt rather dazed. That cold, uncaring goddess on the battlefield who had overwhelmed Zhou Luoyun without saying a word showed such a side in front of Yi Futian. "You're good," Yi Futian smiled at Hua Jieyu and said. Hua Jieyu's eyelashes fluttered a little. She looked rather pleased with herself. She then turned around to look at the forum stage as if nothing happened. Another figure was seen walking out from the barren state at that moment. Many were astonished. It was as everyone had anticipated. However, the one who walked out was not Yu Sheng, it was Yi Shaoshi, the fatty. The students from the barren state had probably thought that they had no need to field Yu Sheng to take care of the remaining student from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. The only one from the sacred dynasty who had yet to fight was thoroughly frightened. They had suffered 2 losses already. If they were to lose again, it would make it seem like the great Zhou sacred dynasty had been crushed by the barren state. The fat guy narrowed his eyes and looked at his opponent while smiling sheepishly. He threw his head back and said, "I'm giving you a chance. If you refuse, I'll go challenge someone else." The eyes of the spectators froze. The fat guy is insulting the student from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Chapter 779, That Ass. Many looked at Yi Shaoshi and thought he was asking for a beating. That ass. Many looked at Yi Shaoshi and thought he was asking for a beating. The great Zhou sacred dynasty had provoked the ones from the barren state before, and now they were being run over. It was truly vexing with Yi Shaoshi being able to speak in such a nonchalant tone. Furthermore, they all had come that far. If the last one standing from great Zhou sacred dynasty were to shirk from a fight, the dynasty would be severely embarrassed, more so than if they were to lose a battle. Zhou Qing was the only one left from the 4 of the great Zhou sacred dynasty who had yet to come out and fight. He glared at Yi Shaoshi before him coldly, then walked out. Of the remaining 4 from the great Zhou sacred dynasty, he was the weakest. If the dynasty side was said to be brimming with confidence before Zhou Yu challenged Phoenix, when Zhou Yu had sustained injuries despite defeating Phoenix, and both Zhou Yan and Zhou Luoyun were defeated, Zhou Qing really had lost all confidence facing one from the barren state. However, it was not permissible for him to shirk from the fight. "After you," Zhou Qing said coldly. The fat guy held his head high and had a brimming smile on his face, lashing out with the emperor's vines, shining brilliantly. Zhou Qing became bathed in golden fire all over his body. A brilliant phoenix's shadow appeared, and when the vines came near, its fires burned them. However, the vines simply became golden fires and continued to lash out at their intended target instead. Boom! An even more violent aura burst, and the phoenix's shadow on Zhou Qing appeared in a glittering manner. The vines, which were unable to be burned by fire, were snuffed out and turned into ashes by the golden fires on Zhou Qing when the vines came near. Yet at the very same time, everyone's eyes looked at the other corner. There was a boundlessly huge golden shadow continuing to grow over there. Grow, grow, grow. The fat guy stared at the huge body and yelled. This again. Everyone's eyes froze and they witnessed the golden body of an ancient god continuing to grow, feeling rather speechless. The near 100-meter-tall giant that looked like a god came to stand before Zhou Qing shortly after. It did not continue to grow. Boundless brilliant golden light showered below and melded with the giant. The ancient god's body lifted its leg and stomped on Zhou Qing. If the move had been a hit, it would probably have killed Zhou Qing right there and then. Winds howled and golden fires swept all over the place. The phoenix's shadow behind Zhou Qing flapped its wings hard and retreated backward like a bolt of lightning. Boom! With a loud rumble, the ancient god's foot stepped onto the forum stage, but the golden lightning had fled its range and escaped from being stomped. Winds tore through the air as Zhou Qing cranked his speed to the limit. Golden lightning streaked through the air, heading for Yi Shaoshi. At that very moment, the incredibly huge arm of the ancient god was extended and reached for Zhou Qing, but Zhou Qing's speed was so fast that the hand would probably have a hard time catching up. However, Zhou Qing saw countless hands split out from the huge palm all of a sudden instead, blocking out the sky like vine-like tentacles. The move blocked the space out right there and then and went for Zhou Qing, making escape impossible. Zhou Qing's eyes became tremendously sharp. He, who was clad in golden fires and the body of a phoenix, zapped to a corner, tearing the vines as he continued to shoot outside. But then, he quickly saw that the vines seemed to be endless, seeming to continue to grow in numbers. He was still accelerating as the tremendously hot glow of the phoenix, which he clad himself in, continued to cut everything in his path. Everyone outside saw Yi Shaoshi still growing his vines furiously and knew that he was unleashing his most versed power of rules of growth. The ancient god's body had an arm that turned completely into vines, which shone with terrifying glow seen penetrating from within. Everything knew that it was Zhou Qing in there. Boom! The huge ancient god's arm was torn off right. The shoulder connecting to the arm yanked, and a new giant arm grew out from the stub immediately. Incredibly hot golden glow burst and lashed out with the might of the heavens. At almost the very same time, Zhou Qing's body turned into golden lightning and shot out, shattering the arm that was torn earlier, yet, a huge golden fist soon came for him. Zhou Qing's face looked extremely pale at that very instant. He knew that there was no retreat. His only way left was forward. The fist and the golden phoenix clashed. The huge fist cracked with a strong light bursting. Cracking noises were heard from the arm of the ancient god at the same time, which crumbled shortly after. There was even terrifying golden light shooting right through the giant, making its body tremble. Zhou Qing's body was similarly rattled. The phoenix's shadow turned pale and he spat up blood. His face looked pale as he felt his internal organs being ruptured, staring the one before him with cold eyes. Zhou Qing lost. Many took a deep breath. The grandstands appeared extremely quiet. However, the aura on Zhou Qing burst again, as if to say that he had no intention of backing out yet. "You want to fight some more?" Yi Shaoshi's voice was heard, and golden light shimmered. The torn arm of the ancient god coalesced and became whole again, shining with golden light. Zhou Qing's face went utterly pale at the scene. He only realized at that moment that he had not been battling Yi Shaoshi himself, but the shadow of a giant that fat guy summoned. The shadow contained Yi Shaoshi's powers. Despair was written all over Zhou Qing's face. Its strong shimmering light dimmed again, and Zhou Qing looked on with an awful expression. He then turned around to leave, making it clear that he was giving up on the fight. The huge ancient god's body gradually dissipated, and Yi Shaoshi rubbed his brow, feeling his spiritual powers being exhausted. But then again, there is probably no other sacred ground that would dare look down on the barren state anymore, eh? The 4 battles between the ones from Great Zhou's sacred dynasty and the ones from the barren state resulted in 3 losses for the dynasty. The only one who won was the number 1 from the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty, Zhou Yu, fighting Phoenix, who was not deemed all that strong amongst the ones from the barren state. If it had been a fight between the 2 major sacred grounds, then the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty would have suffered a crushing defeat. From their fights with Jisheng cliffs to the ones with the great Zhou sacred dynasty, the ones from the barren state proved their worth again and again, even as there were only 6 of them left on the forum stage. Furthermore, 3 among them had made it to the next stage. Yusheng's powers definitely qualified for him to move to the next stage, which meant that in the upcoming top 50, there would be at least 4 emerging from barren state, and they remained the most numerous compared to the other sacred grounds. Where is their limit? Many turned their eyes at the Zhou sacred king, wondering what was going on in his head at the moment. However, the king looked calm and nothing was able to be told from his face. Instead, the sky saint who sat beside him smiled and said, "We've had dark horses emerge from every 9-state forum held in the past. Sacred grounds fought against each other and mighty ones were many. But there has never been a 9-state forum in the past like this one. The Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State has not participated in the 9-state forum for many years, yet they became the one with the most number of participants remaining in the top 100, maybe even the top 50. I guess no one saw that coming, eh? It is rather surprising," the leading figure from the Xia clan of Summer State said. After all, the Holy Ji Palace did not even have saints, to begin with. The Zhou sacred king turned to look at Yi Futian's direction and said, "Being able to beat 3 mighty ones from the great Zhou sacred dynasty. Yi Futian, your people from the barren state really surprised me. Everyone was fooled by your appearance before the 9-state forum was held. Even Saint Shihua thought you to be low-profiled and humble. From the looks of things now, it seems that you've got quite an ambition." Everyone turned their eyes to look at Yi Futian. Thinking about it now, Yi Futian had fooled everyone present. "Please, senior. This is the first time the barren state is participating in a gathering of 9 states like this and appearing one such stage. Hell, this is the first time I've been outside the barren state. I've only been to Eastern State for less than half a year, and there was no way I would have been able to tell how strong the students of sacred grounds from the other states were. I've participated in the 9-state forum to learn, and the very reason I ventured outside the barren state was so that we could grow, hoping that we will eventually have a saint among us, preventing the sacred ground of barren state from being taken apart. It just so happens that some students of the barren state come to surprise me." Yi Futian looked at the king with a calm, collected expression, appearing neither submissive nor proud. Everyone looked at the exchange with a peculiar expression. Yi Futian did sound sincere with his words, and there was nothing anyone was able to say to retort. Yi Futian was participating in the 9-state forum and venturing outside the barren state for the first time, after all. They were simply unable to say anything about that. "We jumped the gun and thought the people of barren state to be weak just because they had no saint. You seem to have overstated things, claiming to be fooled by Palace Lord Yi, sacred king." The glass saint smiled and added, "The students of the barren state had a hard time coming this far from the very beginning." Yi Futian looked at the glass saint. Zish happened to look at him as well. There was a faint smile in her eyes, which looked incredibly alluring. Yi Futian smiled and nodded in gratitude, not anticipating the glass saint to be speaking on his behalf. The king took a look at the glass saint and thought that the girl he had been seeing in his dreams was still just as charming after all those years. He smiled and said, "You're right. It is indeed my fault for appearing so small-minded. Speaking of which, the mistake that the glass saint spoke of was one that I have made before as well. I never thought the students of the barren state to be able to make it this far. People really shouldn't be bound only by what they know. We're now fooled by ourselves." Saint Shihua smiled and said, "But then again, the Zhou sacred king has always been frank, and it is not that he has anything against Yi Futian. With the students fighting in the 9-state forum, it is inevitable that students of sacred grounds clash with each other. As the clashes only happen once in 3 years, it goes without saying that the more intense the clashes, the better. We old people should just sit back and watch the show." "Indeed." The glass saint smiled. "Speaking of which, I'm rather curious now. With the group from the barren state being able to make it this far, the students of sacred grounds from the other 8 states are now evidently overshadowed by the ones from the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state. We should really reflect on ourselves and think of better ways to teach our students, Saint Shihua said with a smile and looked at the forum stage below, adding, "Don't mind us, just carry on." At that moment, a figure was seen walking out, and many wore peculiar expressions before their eyes turned to sparkle with excitement. Ji Hua of the Hall of Holy Light. Ji Hua's powers were extremely formidable, and each of his battles before ended in mere seconds. He forged through with incredible force. No one was able to stand in his way for long, making him a very popular candidate in this year's 9-state forum. Many thought he would definitely make it to the top 10 and that he might actually be ranked in the top 3. All of that spoke volume of his prowess. The first participant to walk out from the Hall of Holy Light in this year's 9-state forum was none other than Ji Hua, the strongest among them. Ji Hua turned his eyes at the direction where the barren state participants were. There were 3 who had yet to do battle, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuqian, and Yuan Zhan. All 3 of them had formidable powers, and Yu Sheng was the strongest among them all. He was most curious about how far Yu Sheng, among the ones remaining from the barren state, would be able to go and whether or not Yu Sheng had what it took to stand before him in the top 10 battles. "You then," Ji Hua said as his eyes turned towards Yuan Zhan. "Yet another one to challenge the barren state." Many in the grandstands talked. Ji Hua of the Hall of Holy Light challenged Yuan Zhan of the barren state. It seemed that barren state was simply too eye-catching at the moment. There were still 6 of them on the forum stage, and none of the top-class geniuses wanted to be overshadowed by them, as it would have made all the other sacred grounds look rather bad. While the participants from the barren state this year were indeed very formidable, none of those from the other sacred grounds wanted to be overshadowed by the barren state's brilliance. As such, Ji Hua chose to challenge someone from the barren state. There are too many of them from the barren state left. Yuan Zhan walked out. His stout body still felt imposing and brought pressure to bear on others. His aura was immensely thick. However, Ji Hua burst with brilliant light at that moment, and beams of blinding light shot around them, shining into Yuan Zhan's eyes. He was unable to help but shut his eyes, shielding them with his arm. The light was just too blinding. It was not only Yuan Zhan who felt so. All who sat on the grandstands looked at Ji Hua and felt blinding light emanating from him. Ji Hua's body slowly took to the air and shone brilliantly, like he was a descendant of the gods, shimmering with overwhelmingly dazzling light. Even though Yuan Zhan's aura was incredibly formidable, when Ji Hua's light was brought to bear, it became clear that he was the main character of that battlefield. No one else could have stolen Ji Hua's thunder. Yi Futian sat on the barren states area of grandstands and looked at Ji Hua. While the rules of light of the Hall of Holy Light did not possess inherent offensive capabilities, it was still a terrifying type of power of rules. It was said that the Hall of Holy Light's Holy Light spell was capable of melding all types of power within the rules of light, bringing greater power to bear. The minimum requirement for learning the Holy Light spell was to develop comprehension of the power of rules of light. As such, the Hall of Holy Light had very few true core students, but all of their core students were impressive geniuses with exceedingly rare talents, making them tremendously terrifying beings. It seems like Yuan Zhan will have a tough fight ahead of him, Yi Futian thought. However, he was hardly surprised. Among the top 100 participants from nearly 30 remaining sacred grounds, the strongest students of all those sacred grounds were present. The barren state had 7 making it to the top 100, so it was normal for them to run into opponents of such classes. Blinding light was shot at Yuan Zhan, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. He was able to see nothing but light when he opened his eyes. His opponent had developed very proficient use of the rules of light. Yuan Zhan lowered his arm while still having his eyes shut. His consciousness was also filled with holy, dazzling light. At the source of the light stood an incredibly bright figure, who was none other than Ji Hua. Boom! Yuan Zhan stepped forward and rushed to that spot where Ji Hua stood. The light turned even more intense. A row of swords appeared before Ji Hua, swords of light. The offensive capacity of swords had always been formidable. It was anyone's guess how powerful such attacks were when they were melded with light. Boom! Yuan Zhan's body turned even stouter and larger. Beams of golden light pierced through his body as he opened his acupoints. He extended his hand and a golden staff materialized. The ape went straight into berserk mode before the battle had actually begun. It was apparent that he knew that his opponent this time was very powerful as well. Ji Hua remained standing where he was. Extremely dazzling light continued to encase the space he was in. He waved his hand nonchalantly. In an instant, the swords of holy light shot out. A row of streaks of light cut through the space as they came for Yuan Zhan. The speed at which the attacks moved made it nearly impossible for him to evade. Yuan Zhan roared and swept his golden staff, clashing on the swords of light. Golden light coursed through his body at the same time, laying sturdy physical defense, as his opponent's attacks were incredibly dangerous. The light from the swords rampaged with a loud rumble. The staff was unable to catch all of the attacks of the swords of holy light. There were many that landed on Yuan Zhan's body, making lacerations on his golden physical body, cutting his defenses open. Yuan Zhan continued moving forward as if he had felt nothing. He wanted to end the fight as soon as possible, and there was nothing else for him to do so. However, at that very moment, the holy light grew even more blinding as it encased Ji Hua's body. He extended his hand and swords of light and shadow of untold numbers appeared. He opened his palm and countless swords of light rushed at Yuan Zhan's body. Yuan Zhan returned with an angry roar and stopped moving forward, swiping his staff before him, laying down a screen of shadows of the staff. Holy light sword, judgment, Ji Hua said, and everyone saw countless swords of light gushed at Yuan Zhan. The ape's screen of shadows of the staff blocked many of the swords' advance, but there was still quite a number that made it through the openings. Yuan Zhan swung his staff around trying to resist the attacks, but then he heard Yi Futian say, "Yuan Zhan, that's enough." Yi Futian knew from watching the attacks that Yuan Zhan would be pinned without any way to retaliate, making it impossible for the ape to win against Ji Hua. Yuan Zhan swiped one last attack with a rumble and backed away. Countless lacerations were seen on his golden body. He was covered in blood as well, making it obvious that he was injured. Yi Futian had him retreat so as to not have him fight any further, as there was no such need. The light dissipated and Ji Hua remained hovering in midair like some kind of god. Invincible. The word emerged from the minds of many as they watched Ji Hua hovering in the air. The holy light spell of the Hall of Holy Light was simply too terrifying. Ji Hua, who had developed extremely proficient use of the rules of light, looked utterly invincible. There was no one so far who was able to pose even the slight threat to him. Yuan Zhan's powers had been incredibly formidable, and it was evident to everyone who saw his previous battles. However, there was still left to the imagination as to who would come out on top when they faced Ji Hua. That battle seemed to showcase Ji Hua's immense strength. "That is indeed the strongest figure from the Hall of Holy Light," Saint Shihua said. The Hall of Holy Light of Qi State was an immensely fearsome sacred ground. This year's 9-State Forum is really getting more and more interesting. The Sky Saint smiled. The clashes of titans were getting increasingly close, with one extremely formidable figures being eliminated one after another. Chapter 780, Many at the grandstands took a look at Ji Hua. His combat capacity was such that it was entirely possible that he had what it took to take one place in the top 3. Many at the grandstands took a look at Ji Hua. His combat capacity was such that it was entirely possible that he had what it took to take one place in the top 3. Yuan Zhan's powers reflected that of the Barren State's general performance. They were generally strong and there were no weaklings among them, which was why there were 7 of them getting into the top 100. That one battle had also proven that while Th3 Baron State was formidable as a whole, they were not quite there to be compared with the top-class figures just yet. Yuan Zhan's attacks did not even manage to pose a threat to Ji Hua. With that said, despite being the one with the most participants remaining, it was difficult for the participants from the Baron State to advance to the very forefront, and there would be others eliminated still. The situation was just like how it had been with the Eastern State. They had the most number of participants when the 9-state forum had just begun, but when it came to the stage of top 100, participants from Summer State had overtaken those of the Eastern State in terms of numbers. Yuan Zhan retreated from the battlefield and came to the grandstands, taking a seat behind Yi Futian. Yuan Hong said to him, "Your attacks were formidable, but you didn't even manage to attack your opponent. Do you know the difference in power now?" Yuan Zhan looked rather dejected and his head was hanging low. That battle had been a frustrating one. "Grandpa Yuan, Yuan Zhan has done a very good job so far." Yi Futian smiled and praised him instead. If the rampage had been able to get to Ji Hua, there is no telling that he would have been able to take it. But it was a pity that Ji Hua was versed in rules of light, which he incorporated in his attacks. In such a scenario, Ji Hua's attacks would definitely reach Yuan Zhan first. Besides, the power that results from attacks being melded with rules of light is probably something that not even Yuan Zhan's defenses could withstand. In actual fact, the difference is not actually as great as shown in the previous battle. Yuan Hong nodded slightly. Ji Hua was indeed capable of holding Yuan Zhan back. Yuan Zhan had a pondering look on his face. He scratched his head for a bit and looked rather puzzled. Besides, this Ji Hua is one of the very best the 9-state forum has to offer this year. The strongest in the Hall of Holy Light, so there was no doubt that he would be very powerful. But there is no need to feel dejected. Focus on your own training. Victories and defeats in battles for a time won't say much, Yi Futian said. Yuan Zhan was a demonic beast with a straightforward temperament, and he required a lot of encouragement. Yeah. Yuan Zhan nodded, taking Yi Futian's words to heart. Many turned to the forum stage again. There were still 5 from the Baron State left. Yu Sheng and Yi Wuchen had not fought yet. At the moment, Yi Wuchen walked out on his own and stood at the center of the forum stage. The first 5 battles among the top 100 saw the participants from the Baron State fighting in every single one of them. It remained as such for the 6th one. The one-armed figure remained as quiet as he had always been. He stood tall and firm at the forum stage. He turned his eyes to the direction of the Hall of Holy Light. Many wore peculiar looks on their faces. Zhou Yu had challenged Phoenix before, and that triggered the head-on clashes between the great Zhou's sacred dynasty and the students of the Baron State. Said students had almost overwhelmed the dynasty by defeating 3 out of 4 of their people, making it so that only Zhou Yu remained standing on the forum stage. The number 1 figure of the Hall of Holy Light walked out and defeated Yuan Zhan right after. Yi Wuchen then turned to look at those from the Hall of Holy Light. Is Baron State trying to take on all who dare to challenge them? I challenge Wang Qing of the Hall of Holy Light, Yi Wuchen's voice said, making all tremble. From the battles fought so far, everyone was able to sense that the students of the Baron State seemed to have a unique bearing. The sacred grounds of the other 8 states looked down on the Baron State. As such, all who dared to challenge the students of the Baron State would suffer retaliation. They stood at the very bottom of ranks among all sacred grounds, yet they feared none of the formidable figures from the sacred grounds of the other 8 states. All who dared to challenge them were to be met with fierce retaliation, and they had no intention to give in to anything. Many on the grandstand seemed to have, for one reason or another, felt a mild whiff of sorrow emanating from the students of the Baron State when they saw the figure clad in white standing on the forum stage. While they were the most numerous among all who made it to the top 100, they shouldered an exceptional amount of pressure instead just because they came from the Baron State. If renowned sacred grounds from Summer State or Qi State had many make it to the top 100, the scene would have looked very different. Wang Qing walked to face Yi Wuchen. A sliver of light will flowed throughout his body. His eyes were incredibly bright, harboring will of light. While his powers were not comparable to Ji Hua's, he was a very formidable figure and had also developed comprehension of the power of rules of light. Yi Wuchen, a student of the barren state, would like to go against the Hall of Holy Light, like they had done with the great Zhou sacred dynasty? Wang Qing thought. There were few students from the Hall of Holy Light, but everyone who managed to make it far were all top-class geniuses. The genius who had been beaten by Su Ke before was very good as well, but he would have made it to the top 100 if he had not encountered the rules of darkness. Yi Wuchen of the barren state, pleased to make your acquaintance, Yi Wuchen said. Wang Qing of the Hall of Holy Light. Will of light emanated from Wang Qing as soon as he finished. Holy light emerged from all over his body, an extremely terrifying will of light shot from his eyes, heading straight for Yi Wuchen's eyes. The dazzling light had Yi Wuchen close his eyes, but an extremely bright light emanated from the center of his brow nonetheless, the flash of the sword. An eye seemed to have emerged from the center of Yi Wuchen's brow, which looked like the eye of a sword, sharp and dazzling. Wang Qing felt his eyes in an instant, sensing slivers of sword will shooting right into his eyes, traveling through his brow and entering his brain. At the very next moment, he felt as if his body had disappeared from the forum stage, appearing in a word of swords, the sword realm. Elusive sword rules, spiritual illusion. Wang Qing's brow became incredibly sharp all of a sudden. He felt a tinge of threat and lashed out with powerful holy light swords, sending them straight towards Yi Wuchen's silhouette. He then saw Yi Wuchen make a move. Terrifying whirlpool of swords appeared on Yi Wuchen's hand and as he pointed his finger forward. Sword aura coalesced into terrifying storms, bringing shredding will, clashing with the swords of light of his opponent in the air. Streaks of illusions flashed and disappeared. The silhouette of the one-armed swordsman disappeared. Wang Qing looked up and saw Yi Wuchen's body appear above. A powerful spiritual sword will shot into Wang Qing's mind, making it so that he had to split his spiritual powers to resisting the invading force. His eyes turned rather hazy. In the very next moment, he saw many one-armed silhouettes appearing in the air. All of them were Yi Wuchen. The one-armed figures all had outstretched hands. In an instant, boundless sword aura coalesced, landing before their hands, and terrifying sword aura poured below with the shredding rules to bear. At the moment, Wang Qing was no longer able to tell the true person from the illusions. It seemed to him that all of those silhouettes were Yi Wuchen himself. Giant swords of terrifying might gathered and appeared one after another, bringing will of shredding swords to bear. Wang Qing's expression turned solemn at that very scene. Holy light coursed throughout his body, and the holy light swords enveloped him. He then pointed at the air. Both of them were shining with immensely brilliant light. At the very next moment, sword will showered down from above, and the shredding giant swords shot forth. Wang Qing cranked his powers to the extreme and sent his holy light swords in the air. Blinding light drowned the space they were in. Wang Qing's eyes remained staring at the air within that terrifying light. He felt an incredible sense of danger all of a sudden, so much so that he felt his hairs standing up. He turned around and unleashed holy light. At the very next moment, a one-armed figure continued to grow in his eyes, and the figure was armed with a sword. He felt like backing off like a streak of light, but the sense of danger simply grew stronger. A streak of terrifying sword will fell from behind. He went totally pale and stopped retreating. He did not even dare to move. Yi Wuchen's silhouettes appeared in front of and behind him. There were lots of other silhouettes of Yi Wuchen found in the air as well. It was as if he was truly everywhere. But which is real and which are not? Wang Qing was unable to tell anymore. As such, he dared not move. Be it forward or backward, he would have sent himself flying into a true killing sword. He then felt the cold tip of a sword being put right before his throat. Wang Qing then said, "I yield." There was a bit of blood dripping from the skin of his throat as he spoke. The sword was cold. The illusions vanished. Yi Wuchen stood quietly before him, holding a sword in his hand, looking as calm as he had always been. You attacked me with spiritual powers so that I wasn't able to split my attention to sense what was going on outside, fooling both my eyes and my senses, thrusting me deep into the realm of illusions, no? Wang Qing asked. He ended up as the one being pinned in that battle. Being affected by illusory sword rules, he was unable to tell which sword was real and which sword was an illusion. The sword before his throat disappeared, dissipating into sword will. Yi Wuchen did not answer him, simply walking back to where his people were. Wang Qing took a deep breath, watching his back. He had not expected to lose to a student from the Baron State as well. The people at the grandstands looked at the one-armed swordsman who was walking back to his corner and thought him to look rather cool. He and Su Ke both excelled in swordsmanship, yet their ways of the sword were completely different. The only commonality shared between their swords was that both were just as dangerous. The Baron State had won 4 rounds, and 2 participants were defeated. Yu Sheng, who was deemed the strongest, had yet to battle. It was no surprise that there would be 5 from Baron State who would make it to the top 50. Yu Sheng walked out right after Yi Wuchen was done, casting his sight at the Hall of Holy Light. The eyes of many froze once again. Even though everyone was able to guess at the possibility of that happening, they were still unable to help but feel shaken inside. After Yi Wuchen was done besting a student of the Hall of Holy Light, Yu Sheng was going to challenge a student of the Hall of Holy Light as well. Is the Hall of Holy Light going to suffer the same outcome as the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty? When Yu Sheng and the student of the Hall of Holy Light came to stand on the forum stage, dazzling light shone onto Yu Sheng's body. Golden lights coursed throughout his body like a whirlpool, sucking up all will of light that was cast on his body. The student brought even greater killing power of light to bear on him, but that student's powers were still devoured right away by the power of rules coursing throughout Yu Sheng's body. It was as if that student was unable to do anything to move Yu Sheng. He remains immovable. Many shuddered deep inside. Ji Hua was probably the only one out of all the remaining participants of the Hall of Holy Light capable of making Yu Sheng budge. Boom! A cracking rumble was heard as Yu Sheng stepped forward. He then took to the air and headed towards his opponent, who retreated at breakneck speeds like a streak of light. Yu Sheng's expression was cold. 2 beams of light shot through his body. In that instant, blinding light shone from his torso and his feet. He leaped at the air, and his stout body actually approached his opponent at an even greater speed, bringing massive devastating power to bear. That student continued to move backward, not daring to clash head-on with Yu Sheng. That guy is truly a human-shaped monster, even more ferocious than the golden great ape who is an actual demon beast. His powers are even more terrifying. God knows what happens if he manages to hit me. At that moment, Yu Sheng swiped at the air with his hand. Dark golden light flowed through his fist in a frenzy, and his body continued to chase after his opponent like a beam of light. He then shouted and launched his fist forward. Streaks of huge golden fists shot through the air in an instant, encasing the space they were in. His opponent continued to evade while cutting the fists with holy light powers. At that very instant, Yu Sheng's body showed up right before the student and punched out like a god of war. His opponent went pale as he took the strike head-on. Boom! Golden flowing light shot through the air. The body of that student of the Hall of Holy Light was sent flying very far away, crashing onto the edge of the forum stage, then dropping hard on the floor as he continued to spit up blood. Boom! Yu Sheng's body landed heavily on the ground, shaking the forum stage. Many looked at the stout figure, feeling speechless. An overwhelming finish, just like before. Like Ji Hua, no one so far has been able to take his attacks. At the Hall of Holy Light's corner, Ji Hua's expression was sharp. He emanated a very strong will of battle. He was hoping that Yu Sheng, a student of the Baron State, would make it to the very end, standing right before him just as he did then. That was really something. Many were rattled. Yu Sheng is really probably going to be fighting in the top 10. It is entirely possible that even the number ones of many sacred grounds will be unable to fight him at equal footing. 3 battles, the Hall of Holy Light bagged 1 win and suffered 2 losses, many said to themselves. The clash between the Hall of Holy Light, a sacred ground of Qi State, and the Holy Ji Palace, a sacred ground of the Barren State, ended up with the Barren State coming out on top. The Barren State students really walk out with no hesitation and fight any who dare move against the Barren State head-on. They seem to really earn the respect that the Barren State deserves, using their very own powers. Yu Sheng returned to his place and looked at the other 5 remaining on his side. After that battle, the students of the Barren State had all fought in the battles among the top 100, taking 5 victories out of 7 battles. 5 students making it to top 50. Chapter 781. While the participants from the Barren State were done with their rounds of battles, the clash between other mighty ones continued. One mighty one after another continued to bring frightening powers to bear. Evidently, many had hidden what they were truly capable of in earlier rounds and were actually pulling punches. As the battles went on, those people began to reveal what they were truly capable of. While the participants from the Barren State were done with their rounds of battles, the clash between other mighty ones continued. One mighty one after another continued to bring frightening powers to bear. Evidently, many had hidden what they were truly capable of in earlier rounds and were actually pulling punches. As the battles went on, those people began to reveal what they were truly capable of. Top-class students of sacred grounds from other 8 states continued to shine with their prowess in their rounds of battles, making it to the top 50. Some sacred grounds had only 1 participant left on the battlefield. Other than those from sacred grounds, those 3 from the eastern state who were not members of sacred grounds only had 1 remaining. It was none other than the mystical girl, Yaya. Like Yu Sheng, she caught a tremendous amount of attention. A girl of around 15 years of age standing on the stage of the 9-state forum, never once defeated. Furthermore, there was no one who was able to tell how powerful she actually was. All of her opponents suffered a crushing defeat. She never needed to use more than 3 moves to end her fights. She and Yu Sheng were deemed the most surprising dark horses in that year's event. Everyone looked on with anticipation, wondering how they were able to do so and who would be able to stop them. Yi Futian, at the grandstands, scanned the 5 remaining from his side. All who were left were the strongest all sacred grounds had to offer at the moment, which meant it was inevitable that most who remained on the forum stage would have to fight the strongest people from other sacred grounds. There was simply no running away at that point. The 9-state forum had entered a very dire stage. Even the number ones of sacred grounds had to be wary, as there were definitely some among them would be kicked out in those rounds. Carry on with the battles. The rules remain the same as before, the elder hosting the event announced. A stout monk walked out as soon as the elder finished. He was clad in a golden kasaya, emanating a layer of golden brilliance all over him. It was apparent that it was a change, resulting from training some sort of methods for prolonged periods, so much so that the result was apparent in both his appearance and his air. He was one of the students of Vajra region of War State, of a generation who bore the word Wu in his name, which was Wuliang. Even Wuliang of Vajra region has gone out to fight now. I wonder who he will challenge. Many looked at him. There were only 2 mighty ones from Vajra region left on the battlefield. Master Wuliang was somewhat inferior to his junior, Wu Bei, but he was still an extremely terrifying figure. He trained in the sacred methods of Vajra region, the Dharma body of the Vajra. He had trained his Dharma body to the level of being unbreakable, so much so that no weapon was deemed capable of piercing his body. As such, no one wanted to face off against him. The 2 remaining figures from Vajra region were incredibly fearsome. Wuliang cast his gaze at a direction and said, Benefactor Yu Sheng, I see that you've attained a powerful physical body and that you excel in the body refining techniques, which I find to resemble the training methods of the Vajra region somewhat. As such, I wish to ask for a session with you and see how far both of us have progressed in our respective training. Many wore peculiar looks on their faces. The very first person whom Wu Yang of Vajra region challenged was none other than Yu Sheng. Many sitting in the grandstands talked as soon as Wu Yang finished. Wu Yang is known to have acquired an unbreakable body, and his physical body holds frightening power. Yu Sheng is just the same, and now, Wu Yang is going to challenge Yu Sheng. I wonder who among them has a stronger body. Many were talking. Even those great figures who were sitting on the grandstands looked on, feeling amused. It seemed that the ones from Vajra region liked true challenges, evident from how one went to challenge Yu Sheng right off the bat. Hua Yunshu, Zhou Yu, Ji Hua, and many others looked on, feeling intrigued. The battle should be able to show how powerful Yu Sheng's physical body actually was. Wu Yang would definitely give his all when facing such an opponent. Yu Sheng stepped forward. He seemed to have grown used to being challenged right off the bat in the first battle fought in any stage. Two stout figures stood facing each other. Wu Yang looked calm and composed as he put his palms together and said, "After you." Golden brilliance shone as soon as he finished and he looked incredible. Boundless golden light spread throughout his entire body, and the air rang with crisp clear sound of bells. Wu Yang's body turned into an incredibly pure golden body in an instant. Dazzling golden lights shone on top of that golden body. Dharma body of the Vajra region. Many saints on the grandstands looked at the battle with immense interest. The physical body that resulted from training in the Dharma body of the Vajra was also known as the unbreakable body. It was said that when the training reached its pinnacle, one's body would achieve the state of the unbreakable sacred body, a state where one's body would not rot, age, die, or be rendered broken in any way, even if the one who trained passed away. At that moment, golden lights shone around Wu Yang's body, seemingly turning into a ring of golden light screens, making him seem like an unbreakable ancient Buddha, melding with his own physical body. Dong! A loud rumble was heard as Wu Yang stepped forward, heading in Yu Sheng's direction. Yu Sheng's eyes remained on his opponent. Raging aura coursed throughout his body. Dark golden lights shone all over him. 2 acupoints of the 7-star acupoints were opened at the same time, making the overflowing power of his body course through both of his arms. At that moment, Yu Sheng's right arm was filled with raging power as he continued to look at his opponent, waiting for the monk to come. The Dharma body of the Vajra was blindingly bright. Wu Yang descended from the air, lifting his hand and striking out a streak of golden handprint that engulfed the air before him. The invincible Vajra mark. Many set their eyes on that incredibly huge mudra. The golden handprint engulfed Yu Sheng's body right there and then. The golden mudra made of pure gold lashed out. The air shook, speaking volumes of the move's terrifying power. At the very same time, Yu Sheng stepped forward aggressively, arching his back and lifting up his arms with great force, hitting the invincible Vajra mark that came for him. His fist looked like golden flowing lights in that instant, tearing through the space. At the point where the mudra and the fist met, blinding golden light burst and clashed with each other. Boom! Many felt their eardrums shaking violently, their hearts about to jump out of their chests, yet their eyes remained on the point where the clash happened. What will the outcome of the clash of formidable power between the Dharma body of the Vajra that Master Wu Yang from Vajra region trained in and Yu Sheng be? Many trembled. They saw the point where the clash happened, and they saw a fist punch right through the mudra, shattering it right there and then. Yu Sheng continued and landed his fist on Master Wu Yang's unbreakable body. Boom! Another rumble was heard, and a crisp cracking noise was heard. Cracks were seen on the golden Dharma body. At the very next moment, Wu Yang's body was sent flying out while the Dharma body crumbled shortly after. Wu Yang spit up blood after crashing to the ground. The 9-state forum stage became incredibly silent as everyone set their eyes on that very scene. The hearts of many continued to tremble. Was that really what they called the unbreakable body? Was Wu Yang truly a young genius from Vajra region? Their eyes were not fooling them. The fight ended with one punch. Even against someone with incredible power like Wu Yang, it still took only one punch. Why did you want to put yourself through this? Yi Futian shook his head in silence. Engaging in a power match with Yu Sheng? Regardless of what body refining methods he was training in, how could he compare to Yu Sheng? Yu Sheng had been put through hell since young by Yi Futian's godfather to train in the demonic methods to build up his body, shouldering pain and suffering that few were able to withstand. He had gained an incredibly powerful body as a result. Furthermore, Yu Sheng differed from Yi Futian in that he had been taking the path of pure body refinement and training in only physical arts. That, coupled with Yu Sheng's naturally inhuman strength, brought him to his frightening state today. The methods that the students of Vajra region might be very powerful and might even exceed those of our teacher, Sage Dozhan, but are they able to compare with the demonic methods of Godfather? If a match of pure power was concerned, none would be qualified enough to clash head-on with Yu Sheng. Even Wu Bei, the number one in Vajra region, wouldn't be qualified enough to do so, let alone Wu Yang. So even Wu Yang of the Vajra region proved inadequate. It seems that Wu Bei, the number one of Vajra region, will be needed before they even have any chance of doing anything, the Sky Saint said calmly. Many great figures from Vajra region paid close attention to the battlefield, deeming Yu Sheng a suitable person for training in the arts of the Vajra region. They were able to tell that he was an uncanny genius with an immense affinity for physical arts. As for Wu Bei, they looked at the last remaining student from Vajra region. If Wu Bei is to act, there wouldn't be many on the 9-state forum stage capable of standing off against him, no? They were still wondering if Yu Sheng would have been able to stop Wu Bei dead in his tracks. A figure was seen walking up the stage after Yu Sheng retreated. It was Ji Hua. Due to repeated challenges made by students of the Barren State in the last stage of battles, Ji Hua had become the only remaining participant from the Hall of Holy Light on the stage of the event. Everyone else from his palace was eliminated. In contrast, there were still 5 from the Barren State remaining. As such, Ji Hua challenged yet another from Barren State. The target that he picked that time was Yi Shaoshi. The fat guy's expression turned grim. Yuan Zhan lost to Ji Hua before, and Ji Hua's attacks were such that not even Yuan Zhan's defenses had proven adequate. The golden ancient god body was summoned again, but Ji Hua did nothing to stop him. He simply let the ancient god continue to grow in size. Ji Hua, who was then clad in boundless holy light, charged forward like a beam of true light. The ancient god's arm was turned into countless vines again, lashing out at Ji Hua, but he simply kept his arms behind him and stood, not even bothering to evade. Streaks of holy swords around him cut through the air, and the vines continued to be shredded in an instant, blowing the arm of the ancient god in repeated explosions. New arms lashed out at Ji Hua, but he seemed to have not even seen the attack, unwilling to evade the coming attacks. He then turned into an intense beam and charged straight into the ancient god's fist, punching through it. In the next moment, a blinding light shot out from within the giant ancient god's arm, which crumbled in a frenzy afterward. The beam shot right through the head of the ancient god. Ji Hua was seen emerging once again, keeping his arms behind his back as he looked down on Yi Shaoshi. His body was clad in holy light, making him look like a god. The fat guy shrugged exasperatingly. With attacks of light being utilized to such an extent, things turned out as he had guessed. If Yuan Zhan, whose defense was greater than his, was incapable of withstanding such attacks, there simply was no way Yi Shaoshi would have been able to win. I quit, Yi Shaoshi said before he left the battlefield glumly, ending his advances at the top 50. There were 4 students from the Barren State remaining by then. Even so, they still had higher numbers than other sacred grounds, who only had 1 or 2 participants left on the stage by then. Another figure was seen walking out. Many mumbled, seeing who the one who emerged this time. The number 1 of the Sea clan, the successor of the Saint of Killers, Si Ming. He walked out and cast his gaze at Su Quebec. both of them trained in rather similar arts. Seems like Su Ke will get eliminated soon. Many thought to themselves, worse still, the remaining participants of the barren state will probably be kicked out one after another later. Chapter 782, Yin Qi, disciple of the Sea clan in Feng state, walked in silence and moved as if he were completely weightless. Clad in a form-fitting black suit, he exuded an icy aura of darkness. As the student of the Saint of Killers, Yin Qi practiced a particularly malicious method of execution. He killed invisibly, without ever being seen. Su Ke's rules of darkness were comparable to the Sea clan's methods of cultivation. Yin Qi, disciple of the Sea clan in Feng state, walked in silence and moved as if he were completely weightless. Clad in a form-fitting black suit, he exuded an icy aura of darkness. As the student of the Saint of Killers, Yin Qi practiced a particularly malicious method of execution. He killed invisibly, without ever being seen. Su Ke's rules of darkness were comparable to the Sea clan's methods of cultivation. "Please," said Yin Qi. Su Ke gathered up his languid attitude, staring at his opponent. Yin Qi was extremely dangerous. Cold darkness emanated from the man, and his hands were undoubtedly stained by the blood of many. Su Ke had observed Yin Qi's techniques in the previous battles, and knew he was adept in exercising the rules of darkness. Yin Qi could morph into shadows without sound. "Please," responded Su Quebec. Just as his voice faded, Yin Qi's life spirit appeared. It was a shadow into which he melted, his body now turning to shade. The transformation did not stop there. The shade stretched, becoming longer and longer until a multitude of shadows began to spill forth from it. They appeared just as any other shadow would, quiet and without breath, moving without a sound to surround Su Quebec, bondage of shadow. The eyes of those from Feng state lit up. Perhaps Su Ke did not comprehend the techniques of the Sea clan. The bondage of shadow was an exceptionally well-known rule spell of theirs. Su Ke felt the shadows stretch towards him, forming tethers as if to limit his movements. He dodged away and shot up towards the sky as if he were a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the shadow stretched alongside Su Ke, remaining unbroken. Buzz! An elongated shadow shot forwards with thunderous speed, diving in front of Su Ke and presenting an incredible threat. Noting the shadow's approach, Su Ke's finger turned into a slaughter sword, pointed forward. The murderous sword Qi abruptly exploded, instantly pulverizing the shadow. More shadows burst concurrently towards Su Ke across the expanse. Su Ke faced this with a cool countenance, and the life spirit of his slaughter sword blossomed. When he held the weapon, a murderous aura coursed through the space. Holding the sword with both hands, Su Ke thrust it down and allowed the bloodthirsty sword spirit to burst forth. It slashed against the power of the bondage of shadow and, at the same time, Su Ke's body rotated in a series of deadly whirls. He himself turned into a mournful shade, and faded shadows appeared in the expanse to vanquish the one that had intended to kill him. However, just as he was about to step downward, Su Ke found a countless number of shadows covering the skies and swarming in his direction. "Shadow transformation," said the cultivators from Feng state. This would be a challenge for Su Quebec. The killing saint, Si Ming's successor, would not be easy to defeat. A wild draft began to gather, and the power of shadow rule flowed between the heaven and the earth until suddenly a storm of shadows descended upon the battlefield. It seemed to have turned into a dark void, swallowing Su Ke entirely. But Su Ke discovered that the shadows had followed him into that void, hiding within the shadow rule's power and melding directly with the dark. It was as if these shadows survived better in his darkness. Su Ke began to feel uneasy. Underneath the shadows there was nothing but stillness. He couldn't locate his opponent. The power of the bondage of shadow moved forward in the darkness as if to extend to every corner of the battlefield. Soon Su Ke could feel the shadows homing in on him as Yin Qi's power descended upon him. He could sense countless shadows surging silently towards him as if they were an army of ghosts. The rules of darkness were completely useless to them. Su Kei's countenance became grave, and instantly, he steeled himself with resolve. He was from the Tingxue house, and his specialty was assassination. That was why he could understand the rules of darkness and recognize the most effective strategies to counter opponents wielding similar abilities. Still not giving up, a ghostly voice spoke from the dark. Many at the grandstand looked unsure. Was Su Kei at a disadvantage in the darkness? I wouldn't mind if you admitted defeat, Su Kei replied lazily, still nonchalant. The voice did not respond, but an even colder power of will began to rise from the darkness. A shadow rose from the dark, appearing in front of Su Kei, thrusting an icy blade towards his throat, but the man did not move. A killing storm grew around Su Kei and enveloped him. When the shadow reached him, it was torn apart by the storm. Su Kei was motionless. He closed his eyes, like a hunter. Even as shadows rained down, continuing to fragmentize and disappear, Su Kei remained motionless. The two seemed to be engaged in a contest of patience. The highest state for the assassins was death from a singular strike. At the same time, a menacing feeling descended upon Su Quebec. He tensed up. Amidst the darkness a shadow appeared behind Su Kei, wielding a destructive dark spear intended to lance through his throat from behind. Fast as lightning, Su Kei moved to the side. Despite his maneuver, the attack still pierced through the slaughtering sword will and pierced his shoulder. A terrifying and destructive power entered Su Kei's body, and blood seeped from the wound. After landing his attack, Su Kei's opponent disappeared, once again submerged beneath the shadows. Su Kei ignored the injury, standing unfazed by the blood. Afterward, the combat proceeded with different attacks, and after what seemed to be an eternity, the battle still raged. In the dark, Su Kei's clothing was stained with blood, he was heavily wounded. These two are indeed patient, some dignitaries from the 9 states commented. In the direction of Feng State, members of the Xi clan observed the engagement inside the darkness with sharp focus. Su Kei truly grasped the essence of assassination, his endurance was unbelievable. Yi Futian and the others also stared into the darkening space of the battlefield, using the freedom meditation so that their eyes could bore through the darkness and observe what occurred within. Yi Futian saw that Su Kei was under constant attack but had no intention of giving up, so he did not interfere. This fight was different from the fight with Yuan Zhan, this was a face-off between two assassins. Su Kei may have appeared unenthusiastic and without restraint, but he had his own mind and could judge for himself. The center of the darkness abruptly burst forth with murderous intention. Yi Futian's eyes sharpened to focus on the disturbance within and saw that Yin Qi had lost his patience to tarry any further, exploding towards his opponent with a flurry of attacks. An apparition lancet pierced through the defense of the slaughter sword and entered Su Kei's body. At that same moment, Su Kei buried his body into the darkness, as if to become one with it. The apparition lancet punctured the darkness, but Yin Qi detected an alarming sensation. Within the darkness, there were endless waves of annihilation. A shadow darted across and soon disappeared. Yin Qi had forged too deep into the darkness and found himself unable to retreat. Boom! Many shadows split and shattered, the dark space howling wildly. Soon a pair of bodies appeared from the expanse, back to back and dripping with blood. Su Kei was soaked in gore, but Yin Qi had blades of light running through his body as his body plummeted towards the earth. He landed prostrate and coughed out blood, the breath within his body slowly fading. He couldn't even rise to his feet. Su Kei also landed, standing, albeit unsteadily. Clearly, he was the victor. The forerunner of Feng State's Xi clan was defeated and eliminated. From then on, no one from the Xi clan would remain on the forum, each one now disqualified. This was the second sacred land since Jisheng Cliffs to have suffered a total loss. And this round of battle had only just begun. There would undoubtedly be situations where entire sacred land would be expelled. However, no one would have thought that the one to defeat the Xi clan would be Su Kei of the Barren State. He wasn't the leader of the barren state, yet he had been able to terminate the leader of the Sea clan. Su-K-1. Someone from the Sea clan, please take Yin-Chi away, the hosting elder commanded, and a cultivator from the Sea clan immediately removed his leader from the battlefield. From the same direction, an elder clad entirely in black stared intently at Su-Quebec. He knew how Yin-Chi had been defeated, as assassins preferred one move to yield one kill. Where Yin-Chi was incapable, Su-K had executed his technique. He endured much, remaining calm and suffering the pain of ceaseless attacks before seizing the opportune moment to deal a final blow. Obviously, Su-K was a more qualified assassin than Yin-Chi. Within their plane, results were better proof of skill than strength. If this had been a real battle, Yin-Chi would already be dead. Dragging his worn body towards the barren state, Su-K only shrugged as Yu Sheng, Hua Jieyu, and Yi Wuchen looked at him. I'm fine. Why? Yi Futian looked down and said. Su-K looked up at Yi Futian, who stood upon the grandstand, and smiled. At least, we didn't lose, right? Yi Futian looked at Su-K and smiled, understanding his meaning. Su-K could not lose against those who possessed ability equal to his, not just for the honor of the barren state, but for the pride of the Tingxue house. Forfeit the ensuing battles, said Yi Futian. Su-K was unfit to continue fighting. In his severely wounded state, would he be able to triumph over the strongest of the 9 states' other sacred lands and advance? Alright, Su-K agreed. To continue battling as he was would make no sense, but at least he had done his best at the 9 States Forum. Su-K of the barren state requests to forfeit. Yi Futian looked in the direction of the eastern state. Granted. The elder nodded. Even in forfeiture, Su-K was now amongst the top 25 strongest competitors. He could leave with his head held high. After this battle, the barren state only had 3 people remaining. Chapter 783. After the Battle of the 50, the next round would normally have 25 contestants left, but Su-K's forfeiture meant that the next round would only have 24 cultivators left on the stage of the 9 States Forum. After the Battle of the 50, the next round would normally have 25 contestants left, but Su-K's forfeiture meant that the next round would only have 24 cultivators left on the stage of the 9 States Forum. Within the 9 states, there were more than 24 sacred lands, which meant that even if each sacred land had 1 person remaining, the next round would not accommodate everyone. Ultimately, the strongest of many sacred lands would be eliminated, such as Yin-Chi of Feng State. But if an extremely prolific sacred land had 2 candidates advance to the next round, then it would mean that a cultivator from another sacred land would be excluded. The barren state had 3 people remaining, Yu Sheng, who defeated Wu Yang in the first battle, and Su-K who, though forfeited, counted as an advance, thus lowering the space by 1. If Hua Jieyu and Yi Wuchen wished to advance, that would only translate to 2 fewer spaces. Consequently, even these 3 remaining contestants from the barren state were being closely watched by everyone. A sacred land, especially one such as the barren state, would have occupied 4 allotments. For barren state to compete, other sacred lands of the 9 states would have to sacrifice those 4 spaces. It would be hard for barren state not to be closely scrutinized as such. Just now, in the direction of the ocean state, a youth clad in silver armor stepped forward. He was well built and handsome, tall in stature with smooth skin that radiated with unusual beauty. His eyes shone with a blue glimmer, as deep as the ocean. This was Ao Kuan, noble prince of the Ocean Palace from the Ocean State. Ao Kuan was also the strongest amongst all nobles of the Ocean Palace. Aggressive and forceful, he was known for his mastery of many martial techniques. The Ocean State was located at the Endless Sea and included 3 major sacred lands, the Celestial Cliffs, the Ocean Palace, and the North Deep. Amongst the 3, the Ocean Palace carried the greatest sense of mystery. Rumor had it that the palace was built underneath the sea, with its people possessing unique talents and bloodlines. However, because Ocean Palace was located at the easternmost boundary of Endless Sea, its relationship with the Nine States was not a close one. Ocean Palace had the least interaction with the Nine States, aside only from the Barren State. One reason for this was due to the sheer distance, and the second was because of its location beneath Endless Sea. "I challenge Yi Wuchen of Barren State," Ao Kun announced. Everyone's eyes gleamed. The Barren State had been chosen again. The least favored Barren State already had a difficult journey so far. They were the Black Horse of the Nine States Forum, yet the most spectacular. It was precisely because of this distinction that they were pursued by the Nine States' other sacred lands as a target. From the Battle of the 100, the opening battle, and each of the battles that came before, all were battles for the Barren State. Yi Wuchen glanced at Ao Kun of Ocean Palace and immediately strode up to the battle stage. Before he even arrived, Yi Wuchen asked, "May we start now?" "As you please." Just as Ao Kun finished the sentence, a trident appeared, forming from his outstretched hand. Surrounding Yi Wuchen was an acute sword will. His pupils took on a ferocious appearance, and a massive will of swordsman, disregarding distance and space, shot out toward Ao Kun's eyes. Despite the attack, Ao Kun's pupils exuded an incredibly powerful spiritual will, so that when Yi Wuchen's sword will plunged towards him, it sank as if falling into an endless ocean. At the same time, Ao Kun stepped toward Yi Wuchen. Spiritual chi gathered between heaven and earth, first giving birth to waves, and then an ocean that spilled forth as if to engulf the martial arts platform. Because Ocean State was located within the Endless Sea, their cultivators were especially talented with water affinity and could cultivate through ocean waves while perceiving different powers from it. The forum stage was now flooded with vicious waves, all howling toward Yi Wuchen, who seemed to be completely unaware. Horrific currents surrounded the man, yet he walked directly into the water and continued forwards without regard for its punishing waves. This was the first time that Yi Wuchen had started the offensive before he was ready. Clearly, the Barren State had been targeted in the challenges, so even if he had been in a tranquil state of mind, he still felt anger now. Everyone present could feel it from the one-armed swordsman in training. The sword chi swirled forwards into the ocean and through the giant waves, attacking Ao Kun. Ao Kun's body shuddered suddenly, seeming to morph into a fish before swimming swift as lightning towards Yi Wuchen, trident in hand. The sword will's power upon Yi Wuchen intensified, the sword appearing within his palm, shredding rule power permeated and fracturing the waves. Yi Wuchen's sword pierced the waves with a terrifying whistle, creating a massive funnel of water. The unending sword chi focused, turning into a shredding sword aimed straight ahead. The trident in Ao Kun's hand simultaneously launched an aggressive attack. His arms were covered with what looked like the scales of a dragon as his body ripped through the giant waves to land in front of Yi Wuchen. As his trident attacked, waves piled upon one another with tremendous force, as if to crush the shore. Before the attacks even made contact, an unimaginable force crashed into Yi Wuchen. The waves were harder than even the strongest rocks, tossing Yi Wuchen about. The man felt as if every organ in his body was about to be smashed. But his sword remained pointed forwards, clashing with the trident. The sword chi continued to shred forwards even as the pulverizing momentum struck wildly against Yi Wuchen. Both opponents endured the incredible pressure. Between Yi Wuchen's brows, a silver ray arced through the expanse and stabbed into Ao Kun's pupils while Yi Wuchen began to back up. A mirage suddenly appeared amidst the sea, before many images of Yi Wuchen began to manifest simultaneously. Yi Wuchen could sense Ao Kun's spiritual will transforming into the massive shape of a whale dragon, and almost instantly, a colossal illusion, that of a whale dragon, appeared behind Ao Kun. Its large mouth opened with a bellow and a sudden sharp, shrilling sound began to reverberate with the waves, shaking the very firmament itself. The mirror images of Yi Wuchen scattered about the water were shattered, and even the spiritual will in Yi Futian's head was cast out and broken. The shrieking sounds forced Yi Wuchen to retreat into the ocean along with the waves, the spiritual will within him continuously assaulted to the point of collapsing. Obviously, Ao Kun was a formidable spiritual cultivator, specializing in soundwave-based attacks. In the grandstand area, cultivators below the sage level felt a sharp pain from their spiritual power. Some even covered their ears to no avail. They saw that the forum stage ahead had been transformed into an ocean, familiar territory for Ao Kun. This top disciple of the Ocean Palace in the Ocean State was frightfully strong. Perhaps Yi Wuchen will be eliminated, many of the onlookers thought. It was suggested that Ao Kun's strength could overcome Yi Wuchen. Even if his illusion spell proved to be useless, Ao Kun wouldn't be weaker than Yi Wuchen in a face-to-face battle. Yi Futian could see that Yi Wuchen was indeed in danger during this fight and could possibly be eliminated. Winning or losing aside, to be where they were now was already an achievement by itself. Years ago, they stepped out of the Kangyi Kingdom, from the land of the 100 Kingdoms. They strove and toiled, for their journey was not easy. And now to see an even more expansive world, to exchange with stronger opponents and push forwards. Even losing would be an encouragement to Wuchen. Your spiritual elemental illusions are useless against me, Ao Kun said. The enormous whale dragon morphed into what seemed like a monstrous riding beast underneath him. Ao Kun, with his trident in hand, resembled the king of the seas and a natural warrior of the ocean. The whale dragon let out another piercing scream and its enormous body broke the waves, like lightning within the sea. It created giant, terrible waves that crashed towards Yi Wuchen. With his sword in hand, Yi Wuchen's endless sword chi flowed and coursed into the swordsman's whirlpool, making similar waves. Yi Wuchen did not flinch when he saw his opponent. Instead, his body shot forward like a sharpened sword, slashing again. Trident and sword collided once more and tides of storming shock waves surged, forcing back Yi Wuchen and his sword. The opponent's attack embodied rule that was conceived from the rhythm of the ocean, encompassing its boundless concussive power. As Yi Wuchen stepped backward, Ao Kun continued forward, riding his whale dragon with unimaginable speed directly at Yi Wuchen. The two men clashed in the water, causing great waves to slam against the forum grandstand. Many cultivators moved to defend against the waves, attempting to avert disaster. In the ocean that had once been the battlefield, a tsunami began to form alongside a dreadful whirlpool, and as Yi Wuchen's body continued to be knocked and thrown backward, his organs on the verge of shattering, he closed his eyes to feel his body moving with the water. The sea was turning into a terrifying funnel, surrounding their bodies like a storm. Ao Kun once again descending as the whale dragon and, growling, launched his trident with unfathomable power. Yi Wuchen's sword blocked the trident with a clang. At once, Yi Wuchen opened his eyes. They were a pair of sword eyes, and now, the brilliant blade of light stabbed into Ao Kun's eyes. Ao Kun ignored the attack, his trident continuing its rapid, violent slashing. This onslaught could very well end the fight. Bang! The trident once again collided with the sword, but this time the sword shattered. Cruelty flashed through Ao Kun's eyes as he pushed forward with the trident, piercing Yi Wuchen's body. The water trembled violently and Yi Wuchen's shadow fragmented, but Ao Kun's brows remained knitted. He saw a one-armed figure following the direction of the whirlpool in a nearly perfect arc, returning once again to the waves. One sword began, 1,000 swords began. Giant waves cloaked Yi Wuchen, along with an immense sword will that moved faster than the eye could see. Ao Kun had just launched his attack, but his momentum decreased. Retreat. Ao Kun's mind manifested the command and the whale dragon began to back paddle against the waves. In front of him, Yi Wuchen was carried forth by the waves of the whirlpool, the sword within his pupils expanding. The trident was raised again, offensively, attacking the image that Ao Kun saw, but this time, he was too slow. The sword came and left in a flash, his trident pierced nothing but its afterimage. Once again, his eyes had been fooled. The two combatants collided in passing, and Ao Kun saw red in the sea. He felt a coolness on his neck and raised a hand to it, uncertain whether water or blood flowed across his skin. As Ao Kuen's breath calmed, the water soon dissipated. He looked at his palm, red with his seemingly thin blood, still mixed with the sea water. He turned to regard the one-armed swordsman. Was my spiritual spell effective? Yi Wuchen slowly turned around and asked him. Within my ocean territory, you were able to utilize the advantage of an ocean funnel and accounted for it within your strategy. Ao Kuen focused on Yi Wuchen. Congratulations, you've won. As he finished speaking, Ao Kuen turned to leave and walked out of the forum. In this fight, Yi Wuchen of the Barren State was victorious. The number 1 disciple of the Ocean Palace in the Ocean State, Ao Kuen, had been eliminated. The Barren State was able to grab yet another seat from the other sacred lands. Jieyu, you are next. Before Yi Wuchen even left, Yi Futian secretly transmitted his voice to Hua Jieyu. The stronger sacred lands were intentionally blocking the advancement of those from the Barren State. As such, it was better to be more proactive by challenging those who were weaker to procure opportunities instead of facing the top competitors. Hua Jieyu lightly nodded. As Yi Wuchen walked back, she stepped out and challenged the disciple of the Stone Saint of the Yu State, who was rich in attack but poor in spiritual will. Hua Jieyu would use her own extremely powerful will to subdue the opponent, thus advancing again. When Hua Jieyu walked back to the area occupied by the Barren State, many eyes accompanied her in interest. Even if they backed out now, 3 of the top 24 spots were now occupied by one single sacred land from the Barren State, the Holy Ji Palace. The 24 strongest, laughed the Sky Saint. The Barren State surprised everyone. Saint Shihua, 3 were able to advance from the Barren State, and if Su Ke was not wounded, it would be 4. They are not far from the top 10. Previously Saint Shihua had agreed to bestow a divine implement if someone from Barren State could include themselves in the top 10. At the time, no one took it as anything other than a joke, viewing it as Yi Futian offering Shihua Sacred Mountain the implement. But now looking back, they had a completely different perspective. Upon the grandstand, many dignitaries surveyed those left standing. They were all proud sons and daughters from the sacred lands of the 9 states, but the 3 from the Barren State outshined them all. Let's wait and see, Saint Shihua said, his eyes fixed upon the field. The ensuing battles were still extremely exciting, still the strong versus strong. And at the end, excepting the disciples from the Barren State, 21 more would still advance. For Yu State, aside from the Jisheng Cliffs, everyone had been eliminated. Of the last 24, no other sacred land had been able to procure 2 spaces aside from the Barren State. Even the Xia clan was no exception. The other notable contestant among them encountered an incredible character from Luoho Palace. Likewise, other scared lands had also encountered formidable opponents. Once many of them had been targeting the Barren State, but looking back, those who had targeted the Barren State seemed weaker in comparison to those that remained. So it was actually the Barren State that had taken the placements from them instead. Now, amongst the 24 strongest, all would be the top geniuses from all the sacred lands. Chapter 784. Among the top 24, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen and Hua Jieyu came from the Barren State. While Yaya came from the Eastern State, she was not a member of a sacred ground. Among the top 24, Yu Sheng, Yi Wuchen and Hua Jieyu came from the Barren State. While Yaya came from the Eastern State, she was not a member of a sacred ground. There was one participant remaining from the 20 sacred grounds from the other 8 states beside the Barren State. They were, Eastern State, Hua Yunshu of the Shihua Sacred Mountain, and Zhou Yu of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Summer State, Xia Yi of the Xia clan, Yi Guhong of the 9-State College, Yi Zhouyang of the Yi clan, and Yu Mingqi of the Yu clan. Qi State, Qi Haoran of the Qi clan, Zhuge Yi of the Jixia Holy Palace, Ji Hua of the Hall of Holy Light, and Yu Yang of Yu House. Cloud State, Chu Xiang of the Great Chu Clan, Su Tu of the Li Palace, Tantai Bashan of the 100,000 Great Mountain, and Bai Yu of Yunmeng City. War State, Wu Bei of Vajra Region, Ma Yuo of Luoho Palace, and Shi Yan of Holy Temple of 10 Corners. Feng State, Song Qi of Fengdu House, and Tai Guang of Daoyuo Sacred Mountain. Ocean State, Mo Li of Celestial Cliffs. Yu State, none all 24 were top-class geniuses, the best of the best to be found among those at the pinnacle of the noble plane. The Eastern State, which was the host of that year's event, only had 3 participants left, even with Yaya included. The Summer State, Qi State, and Cloud State all had 4 participants remaining, respectively. The overall powers of the 9 states were vaguely reflected on the number of remaining participants of each state. But then again, the barren state was an exception. There were actually 3 who made it to the top 24. If Su Ke had not been injured, it would have been 4 participants from the barren state in the top 25. The crowd in the grandstands behind Yi Futian was all quiet and tense. Every single battle that would follow was to be a clash of the mightiest titans. The top 10 would be out soon. What rules will await the participants in the upcoming battles? At that moment, the elder on the edge of the forum stage hosting the event said, there are 24 remaining participants in the 9-state forum. The top 10 in this year's event will be determined in the upcoming battles. The rules are as follows: every participant is free to choose who to challenge until there are 10 left on the forum stage. For the purpose of fairness, a participant who already makes a challenge will allow others the opportunity to issue challenges. If no one emerges with 3 seconds, the one who issued a challenge before will be free to continue issuing challenges. There is no limit to the number of challenges to be made. Many gasped after the elder finished. There were no more rules limiting the number of times one would be able to issue challenges. The one who won in a challenge was free to continue challenging others to kick them out. Such rules were set in place to allow the strongest to eliminate the relatively weaker ones. Of course, they were also allowed to challenge the ones who looked to be the strongest. You may begin, the elder added. The air on the forum stage became heavy and solemn. It would be a battle determining the top 10. Several participants wanted to make a move before, suddenly, a silhouette stepped out right after the elder finished. The others halted their steps after seeing the person step out, not proceeding to fight for the chance to make the first challenge. The spectators on the grandstands were all shaken. Under such rules of issuing challenges, the place would be dead silent if no one dared to challenge anyone. Furthermore, even if one were to issue a challenge and came out victorious, the others were to challenge said one. As such, wouldn't it be more prudent to refrain from making challenges? It is obviously more risky to issue a challenge, some thought. However, when the elder finished elaborating, many became eager to make the first move instead. It was an intriguing scene to behold. The eyes of everyone present were on the figure who stepped out. It was none other than Yu Sheng of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. The hell? Yi Futian knew right away what Yu Sheng intended to do when he saw Yu Sheng make the first move. Someone is going to get hurt real bad here. Zhou Yu of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. Yu Sheng's eyes were incredibly sharp as he looked at the Eastern State's corner, locking onto Zhou Yu. A golden sheen of incredible sharpness was seen in the eyes of Zhou Yu, who was wearing an extravagant golden phoenix robe, as he looked at Yu Sheng. You challenge him in the very first battle. Do you have a death wish or what? Boom! A golden bolt of lightning flashed in the air, and Zhou Yu came to stand right before Yu Sheng. He was emanating incredibly sharp aura all over him. He had been injured by Phoenix in his last battle and it was a mistake he would never make again. Yu Sheng of the Barren State would be the first true stepping stone on his path to becoming the champion of the 9-state forum. That battle was the only true battle that posed a threat to him. Who do you all think will emerge victorious in this one? The Sky Saint looked at the battlefield and asked. The battles from here on out would be ones that even saints would find intriguing, as they looked forward to the performance of the best the younger generations had to offer. Even the Sky Saint, who did not have one of his own on the forum stage, found some in the event to have performed very admirably. Zhou Yu is the strongest of the participants from the great Zhou sacred dynasty this time. While Yu Sheng is incredibly powerful, he has too little in the way of offensive tricks. If Zhou Yu is able to tear down his defense, his defeat will be set. It is very possible that Zhou Yu's offensive capacities prove sufficient to tear down Yu Sheng's defenses, the Rain Saint of the Xihua Sacred Mountain said. He looked forward to Zhou Yu's performance. If Yu Sheng were to win yet again, he would simply be one step away from entering the top 10. If that were to happen, Xihua's Sacred Mountain would have to apologize by offering a holy item. These were the words said by Saint Xihua himself, and there was no way he could have backed out. From the looks of things, it seems that none are capable of threatening Yu Sheng. Zhou Yu had been injured by Phoenix, and I think Yu Sheng stands a better chance here instead, the Glass Saint chuckled and said. She looked at the battlefield instead of the corner where the ones from Xihua Sacred Mountain were seated. Zhou Yu underestimated his opponent, and his body was invaded by the undying flames. Zhou Yu was not able to bring his best in that battle. In this one, it will be impossible for Zhou Yu of the great Zhou sacred dynasty to lose, Zhou Ye, who was standing behind the sacred king, said plainly. His sharp eyes went all the way to look at Yi Futian. He said, "What do you think, Palace Lord Yi?" Yi Futian lifted his head to look at Zhou Ye, a young man who had toasted to him in the banquet, and the one who was known to be the sacred king's heir. His talents were greater than that of Zhou Yu, but given that he was already a sage, it was only natural that he was not allowed to participate in the event. Yi Futian grinned and said, "Would you like to hear what I really have in mind?" Of course, Zhou Ye smiled and said. From the looks of things so far. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Zhou Ye and a proud smirk was seen on his face. He then said, "Zhou Yu is not good enough." Zhou Ye was stunned. The great Zhou sacred king, Saint Xihua, the Glass Saint, and many others turned to look at Yi Futian. They saw his plain smile, and he seemed to have absolute faith in Yu Sheng's powers. The humble leader of the barren state finally drops his act and reveals his pride then. Zhou Yu is not good enough. The words were so direct that they sounded insolent, as if he did not bother with the upcoming battle at all. Zhou Yu will end up losing. Many at the grandstands behind Yi Futian turned to look at the palace lord of a sacred ground in the barren state. It was the very first time that Yi Futian spoke with such confidence about a battle on the stage of the 9-state forum. As Zhou Yu was someone from the eastern state, there were many more who had heard of his name, and many came to name him as one of the top contenders from the top 3 places. But as the 9-state forum went on, and geniuses all over the 9 states came to bring their best to the game, they knew that the chances of Zhou Yu being ranked in the top 3 would be very slim. Even so, the fact that he was incredibly powerful did not change. Yet, Yi Futian spoke as if he never considered Zhou Yu to be able to pose any threat at all, as if he was unqualified to even be discussed alongside Yu Sheng. His words seemed to have reversed the impression Yi Futian had left on the minds of all present. He was still the youngest palace lord of a sacred ground in the history of the 9 states. So underneath that humble facade, lies sharpness and pride after all. Zhou Ye laughed and said to Yi Futian loudly, "You're indeed confident, Palace Lord Yi." Well, we'll see. It was a given that both Zhou Yu and Yu Sheng heard the conversation between the ones at the grandstands. Zhou Yu gradually took to the air, and a shadow of golden phoenix covered his body, bursting with boundless golden light. Zhou Yu seemed to have taken the form of a divine bird. An extremely terrifying golden storm whipped around him. "Yi Futian, you dare to say that I'm not good enough." Boom! Dark golden lights coursed throughout Yu Sheng's body. His Dozhan body burst in an instant, turning into an impressively stout and golden vague figure, covering his body. Terrifying golden lights coursed all over the Dozhan body, making him nigh invincible. A cry of the phoenix was heard in the air. Zhou Yu's body turned into a combat divine bird in an instant. Golden lights shone brilliantly in their surroundings and came before Yu Sheng, descending from above. Many felt stunned seeing the scene before them. The one that was attacking did not seem to be Zhou Yu, but an incredibly magnificent divine bird instead. It tore through the space, and golden lights showered everywhere, lashing out like a straight golden blade, flowing through Zhou Yu's hand as he attacked. It turned into the sharpest of phoenix claws, coming down hard on the Dozhan body. Dark golden lights coursed all over Yusheng's Dozhan body in a frenzy, which trembled with a loud boom. However, it remained shining and unfazed. Zhou Yu immersed himself into the phoenix. His eyes turned demonic and he turned incredibly wild as his body moved against the flow. He struck from above yet again, turning into an extremely fast beam of golden light. Boom, boom, boom. One attack after another burst and countless shadows of golden phoenixes appeared in that place, striking down hard at the Dozhan body, which continuously trembled, and cracks were vaguely seen. Some defense indeed. The minds of many trembled. The scene was too shocking, be it about Zhou Yu's attacks or Yusheng's defense. It still stays intact after all that? At that very moment, even greater beams of light burst from Yusheng's body. His arms trembled violently and sent the beam coursing through the top of his arms. The beams of light penetrated right through his body, opening up his acupoints. Boom! Yusheng stepped forward and saw that golden phoenix's shadow about to strike again. His golden arm lashed out at the incoming attack. The boundlessly huge battle form moved in sync with his body, lashing out with an incredibly violent golden fist. The golden phoenix clashed with the fist. Zhou Yu's body trembled, and the fist shattered and dissipated. Yusheng took to the air in the very next moment, lashing out with both arms. The huge Dozhan body lashed out with countless golden fists, blocking out the sky as they struck in a particular area. Zhou Yu's eyes focused and a streak of extravagant arc flashed by him. The wings of the phoenix turned into 9 invincible blades and lashed out at the air before him, cutting at the punches flying at him. The claws kept destroying the fists before him as well. But at the same time, Yusheng's body took to the air again, and his entire battle form came crashing down. His arm lashed out at the body of that huge phoenix itself. Zhou Yu shouted and kept moving forward. The phoenix clashed with the Dozhan body. Claws and fists came into violent contact. Boom! The air before them rumbled. The phoenix's shadow was thrown behind and its wings spread open. It remained extremely elegant in its retreat. Doom! Yusheng stepped forward in midair, the light on his arms turned even more dazzling as he chased down the phoenix and lashed out with yet another punch. Everyone saw an incredibly terrifying scene in the next moment. Both men were countering each other's offense with offense. They clashed hard with each other. The phoenix's shadow continued to be beaten and thrown backward, rumbling violently all the way. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbles continued to be heard in the minds of the spectators. Every single clash seemed to make their hearts about to leap out of their chests. The phoenix's overbearing silhouette was sent all the way from the air down to the ground, being pummeled as it continued to retreat. PFFTT, Zhou Yu spat up blood and no longer able to lash out with attacks to defend. It was obvious that he was at his limit. At that very moment, a huge leg was seen stepping down from the sky onto the phoenix's shadow. Boom! Yet another rumble was heard. The leg came crashing down from the sky, and the phoenix's shadow was seen crashing to the ground, floundering for a bit on the forum stage. The phoenix's shadow ceased shining and dissipated soon. Zhou Yu was seen where the phoenix was. His breathing was weak and blood kept spurting out from his mouth. He looked at Yusheng, whose body remained hovering in the air above Zhou Yu like a god of war, incredibly unruly and imposing. The figure above remained strong and completely unfettered, as if it was effortless for it to dish out such attacks. The place of the event turned silent, dead silent. Zhou Yu had been known to have what it took to be ranked among the top 10, and some claimed that he had the opportunity to be among the top 3. However, presently, he was completely overwhelmed. He had no way of retaliating when Yu Sheng went offensive and ended up seriously injured, being stepped on by his opponent. Zhou Yu's face was completely ashen, losing all traces of the insolence and pride from before. Had the stage of the 9-State Forum truly been his? He had undergone his darkest, most humiliating defeat in his life at the moment. The saints of the Xihua Sacred Mountain were speechless at the scene. The great Zhou Sacred King was not even able to conceal the shock he felt. His eyes were incredibly sharp as he stared at the battlefield. "Take him away," the great Zhou Sacred King said. Some people from the Sacred Dynasty went to carry the severely injured Zhou Yu away from the forum stage. The Sky Saint, the Glass Saint, and many other great figures remained watching Yu Sheng. "That kid has what it takes to be ranked among the top 10. There is no doubt about it, seeing how he just stepped over Zhou Yu to advance. No one would have made any challenges if he did not come out to challenge the strongest. He would have made it to top 10 if he just stood there and did nothing." Yu Sheng of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. The one who had walked out from the very beginning was a figure that even saints would remember. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.